Ladies and gentlemen, this is Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Invitational hosted by NetEase Games. I'm your host today, Evangeline. Well, today is the second day of our matches, and before we start, we still need to express our gratitude towards our partners. Special thanks to UU Game Booster, NetEase Fever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Goliath, TNC, and VNG. And today's our matches will be broadcasted in two languages, English and Tagalog. For English, you can also check out our Top Clans Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, EGG Network, TikTok, and Likey. And Tagalog will be on our Facebook Rules of Survival channel. From September the 18th to September the 26th, teams from the Philippines, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Cambodia and more countries will come together and fight for a USD 8,000 prize pool. Also, we had prepared many gifts for this live stream. You don't want to miss it, so please don't turn away. Alright guys, now the game is on. Let's welcome our wonderful casters. Hi Nikki, hi Asray, nice to see you again.
Hi, Evangeline. Again, guys, my name is Asrai. I'll be one of your shoutcasters for today. And just a quick note about me, I'm very much into shooter games. I've been playing on PC, console, and mobile for basically half of my life now. So, again, just looking forward to the matches here, and we'll see how that goes.
Yes. Hi, everyone. My name is Nikki, and I've been hosting custom games and playing FPS games as well. And I'm also ever so excited for the intense matches for today, Evangeline.
Yo, guys, yesterday we had 7 matches and the ranking of yesterday has come out. What do you think about the result and yesterday's matches? Anything unexpected?
For me, I didn't really expect the Cool 9 Beast to actually hold on to top 1 for the duration of the 6 rounds, but when we got to the 7th round, I was incredibly surprised and honestly happy that Ninth Order was able to overtake them, and now they're gonna be the ones to just again hold the Philippine flag. So I'm looking for something similar now that we are here for the Vietnam / Wildcard finals.
And as for me, I'm actually surprised that CNB were able to showcase their talents and skills as the aspirants or rookies of the matches yesterday. But I'm also satisfied with how the Ninth Order overthrew them with the first top spot. So now I'm looking forward to our Vietnam and Wildcard players for today.
Yes, alright, thank you for answering. Yesterday's matches were very fascinating, so let's wait and see what's gonna happen in today. Well, it's time for you guys to take the stage, but before we start, we still need to take a look at the tournament introduction.
And yeah, here we are, Vietnam Wildcard Finals. Yesterday, it was the PH Finals. Now it's going to be another region that we're going to be checking out here, Nikki. We have the top 5 Vietnamese teams and the top 14 wildcard teams from grassroots will compete against each other in this particular country's finals, where will we be having the tournament day for today, of course, as was with yesterday, 6 rounds, and the top 12 teams will advance to the semifinals. So the only difference here, Nikki, is that it's just going to be a different set of teams, but basically the same format that we had from yesterday.
Yes, exactly, Azarai. And I think 17 teams will compete for today, and I'm really excited to see the following teams for today's matchup. I'm seeing a lot of notable teams like Isfake, Isdom, and also Born to Win. But let's not forget about the points distribution. For the placement points, we have 15 points for the first placers, following by 12 points to the second, and 10 points, so on and so forth until the 16th place. So if ever you go beyond 16th place, you won't score anything. So it's really better to be at least at top 5 to secure your spot here in our tournament. And mind you guys, this is a whopping 6 games for today. We'll be playing 6 games all at Gili Island. So this is a point distribution, but never forget about the kill points. We have 1 kill point, 4 per kill, and the maximum of 11 kill points only per round. So any kills exceeding 11 points won't be counted.
And after all of that computation, at the end of the day, you're feeling tired. You're wondering, what are you going to be bringing home to your team, to your organization, to your family, to your friends? Well, this is it. A sum total of $8,000. The first place being 3,000, second place 2,000, and of course the qualification for the global finals. Third to fifth place will be getting still a hefty sum, about 1,500, 1,000, and then 500. And of course, I think the more important thing is qualification again for the global finals, for the prelims. So everything here, it's all good. You get yourself, again, a hefty amount of cash, cool, hard cash. But the real important thing, Nikki, is again the qualification for the global finals, which is, I think, what everyone was vying for yesterday when we saw the Philippine finals, and now here again for the Vietnam/wildcard finals. Now, talking a bit more about the points, I think, while we are still waiting for the the lobby to be set up as well as the maps, but I think it is going to be Gili Island, as you mentioned. Even though there might be some bottom 10 teams, like bottom 3, we saw like 0 points. I think it was Smonkeys as well as Hydro that from yesterday that proved to us that if you can just get that top one, even just one match, it will skyrocket your placement. And these teams, even if at least they lose one game, they get immediately knocked off Gili Island, they still have a shot at this. And it's been proven because, again, 6 maps, 6 rounds, it's a battle of attrition. How long can you last and how long can you be consistent? And of course, here's our participating teams.
Yes, with our participating teams, these teams came from Vietnam region and some came from the wild cards. So I'm seeing here we have Tyrant, Is Fake, Is Dom, Bitter, God Forex 86. We have Terror Team, Stellaric Legends, J Masters Esports, 5-Man Esports, and Blood. So this is the almost half of our teams. 10 teams. We still have 7 more to showcase, and those teams are Born to Win Esports, 4RoS, 4 Valiant Men, Uplay, Empire Legend, Elite ID, Eric Team, Magic Team, New Age, and Rampage. And I believe most of these teams are also prominent teams, but some of them are just rebranded teams, same players, but just rebranded their teams.
And we have a nice little sprinkling, right? But before any of that, before we continue the conversation, we'd like to also remind you guys, and I think Evangeline also mentioned this, that there is going to be a live stream quiz. Aside from the free code that we give out on the bottom left of your screens when the match begins, again, during each match, questions about rules of survival pop up in the comment section. Audiences can comment the right answers in the FB live chat for a chance to win rewards. The lucky winners with the right answers will receive 1 reward from all of our goodies that you can see right now on the plaster on the right of your screen. We have ourselves the Damascus Knife Mech Skeleton, AWM Cursed Papilla, pack times 10, or Pyre Mask times 10, or Top Clans exclusive items. I think we talked about this as well, that honestly for me, I prefer the Knife Mech Skeleton because I do love me some melee weapons, but yeah, the viewers can win. And Nikki won also something yesterday too by putting in the promo code, which again, it's fine. It's totally fine. And anybody can actually get in there, even as a caster. So you see, it works for everybody. Win-win, right guys?
Exactly, I redeemed mine yesterday, so don't forget that there will be codes flash on your screen, I think lower left side of the screen, and you can redeem it at www.rulesofsurvival gift grab game.com/gift grab. So just type in your ID, type in the code, and it will immediately go to your inbox. So now we're just waiting for the lobby, guys, and we're welcoming everyone. Don't forget to like and share this live stream, tag your friends, and support your favorite teams. This is the Vietnam and the wild card event for today. 17 teams. As I'm actually reading the teams, and we are seeing prominent names, and one of which is that I'm reading Ticons, Lucas, Sadboy. These players, they've been playing at top clans even before, and they're actually Vietnam's top 1 last year. But I think they've rebranded. I forgot their previous organization, but I think they've rebranded. So Is Fake, on the other hand, and Isdom, these two teams, like sister teams, but they always qualify to the stage. How do you call this? The group stage, and even to the finals.
That's amazing, right? Because again, what I've also been, I think, or think everybody's been missing out of in terms of esports is that Vietnamese region, as well as I think Indonesia right now, which we also have in our teams playing for today, are really good in terms of shooter games. Again, I've come from a lot of PC competitive scenes and have seen Vietnam and Indonesia really butt heads in Southeast Asia region, and I'm hella excited to see how teams like Tyrant, Isfake, Isdom were going to be able to show off their stride. Now, another thing that I am kind of very much interested or intrigued by is that we have, I believe, Kuala Lumpur representatives, teams like Five Man Esports, Bloods, Empire Legend. This is a particular region that I felt like might not be as broadcasted. I could be wrong, but it feels like I haven't really seen them as much in the competitive space in the other games that I've seen. But very much interested to see how they're going to be able to perform when there are, as you said, heavy hitters from the Vietnam region as well as from the Indonesia region. It's going to be possibly a one and done for some of these teams. Yesterday, definitely not, but maybe today that's going to be the case. But we'll see how that unfolds as we wait for the first game to begin.
Exactly, Asarai. And like what you said, I think they are what you call this, the rookies or the aspirants for this group. I think that of course Vietnam will dominate probably because they've been showing really good stats and good plays even before. But now, yeah, it's interesting to be seeing Bloods and Five Man joining us, even Empire Legend as well. And we can also see that we have Stellaric Legend here. It's a mix of different regions, but yeah, let's see how they're gonna play it up with different regions, how they're gonna communication, if it's gonna work. And yeah, we're also seeing Indonesians here. Elite ID is also a prominent name. We've always been able to see them every top clan. So let's see if they'll be able to do well today. Even Born to Win as well. Born to Win, yeah. I remember the name.
Yeah, we still also have a Filipino representatives, I think, with J Masters Esports Philippines Canada. That's actually what the team that they've the full name of the team.
Oh.
And right, so we're gonna be seeing at least some other representation from Philippines. If you guys haven't had your fill yet of the Philippine finals from yesterday, we still have a couple of Filipino players here, as well as I believe from Stellaric Legend, who has a mix of nationalities, I think from Australia, Philippines, and Vietnam. So this is pretty, how do you say this? This is pretty diverse, I think, in being able to have multiple nationalities in one team. That I think creates a nice little dynamic because you have different play styles. They probably play on different regions and they try to bring it all together into one. So I'm curious to see how they're going to be able to kind of elevate that or translate that into maybe wins. As we saw yesterday, nobody was able to get a three-peat, let alone a two-peat. So could that be possibly happening today, or will it always just be different top ones every single map that we get?
Yes, that's an interesting storyline for today. Will there be a team that will be able to dominate all the 6 matches or even repeat win, back-to-back win perhaps? Or will it be just a balance of all of these players playing at Gili Island? Because I actually don't have any background or idea with the other teams coming from the wildcards, but definitely from Vietnam region, because these teams that qualified for today are really famous and yeah, they're well known with VR in RoS. So that's what I am looking forward to, Asarai, for today. And with looking forward to, aside from the prizes and all, we're also looking forward to you guys supporting your favorite team. So don't forget to share the stream and yeah, tag your friends and support your favorite teams right now. Drop your comments in the comment section so we can do, while we're waiting for the lobby to go on, I think we can read some comments. So according to Racer Villa, go 5 Man Esports. So he is supporting 5 Man Esports from, I think that is from, is it from oh yeah, from Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, they are from Kuala Lumpur. So there is again, a lot of fans from all different regions here in our particular region. It's incredible to see because, again, you see the love and the support that these players do have. We don't really have that many chances, opportunities, I think, to showcase these players as previously. I remember like way back when I casted 2018, 2017, a couple of RoS matches as well for, I think that was PC. And there was an incredible amount of people that actually went to like this computer shop that the finals was held, and I was there, and the the energy was just ecstatic. So there is a really devoted amount of fans, and kudos to you guys. Love you guys for being here in the chat and hope you guys enjoyed. But of course, as with everything, we do have now our matchups for today. We'll be having a complete total of 6 matches, and all of those will be played on Gili Island. We saw yesterday, Nikki, that I think about 50-60% of our teams always had specific spots to drop in the map, and I think that shows how much they really do want to be consistent, even if, again, the circle would be a bit more random. It could be on the northern, eastern, western, so on and so forth part of the map. They always want to drop in their specific spot and start to move around. And we saw, I think, again, yesterday, Cool9 Beast do that the best, but they kind of struggled as the later stages happened. It was Ninth Order's playstyle that really handled them in the end, but still, we did see those dynamics come in from multiple teams.
Yes, Azarai. So for today's matchup, we will be having 6 matches, all at Gili Island, and Cool9 Beasts were able to dominate and make use of that strategy, and hopefully today we'll be able to see a team that will be able to go around the map as well and be consistent with the drops. And I'm just excited for us to drop at Gili Island. We're just waiting for our teams to prepare for the lobby and get ready and head towards the Gili Island for our first match. I want to start this already. I want to get ready and go to the Gili Island. I can't wait. Let's start this. Let's go.
There we go. Okay, I feel the impatience of Nikki there, but I mean, I am vibing to your statement. I'm also rather impatient already. I want to see how these teams will be progressing. We saw can't always. I remember Cool9 Beast always going somewhere at the southern part of Bitter Lake. We saw teams like the Ninth Order always going somewhere down near Squirrel Depot, and seems like there is going to be a nice spread. I'm wondering if there are some teams that will be contesting the same spots, because Observatory seems like we do have somewhere near Chemical Depot. There's like 3-6 squads playing around that general area. So we might be seeing a different spell here, Nikki, where first map from yesterday, very, very slow. We ended with like, 7, maybe 8 squads, even when the circle was super, super tiny. Now we might actually see squads be wiped off even before the first circle is done, closing in.
Yes, Azarai. So, like what you said, is pretty different from compared yesterday. That we can see here in our spread that there are some teams, and I think someone has already been eliminated. They are quite scattered, but they don't have that particular drop as compared yesterday. And now we see teams number 6. Someone from team number 6 actually straying from his teammates. I don't know if it's part of their plan or maybe miscommunication. Someone's going all about and around at the northern part. That's team number 5, God4X86. Now we're watching A-Rod Hunter. So this is the looting phase, but we're already left with 53 players, and A-Rod Hunter here, A-Rod team's strategy is somewhat moving as a unit. They're not splitting, but Tyrant Crying already knocked down someone from Amp support, leaving us with 50 players.
This is very fast. I saw we were about 53, 54 just about 30 seconds ago, and kills are just being drawn on the notification feed as quickly as we can just read them. There was something I wanted to point out as well. On the top side, somewhere near Observatory, there was a crossfire, and in the center of that was 5-man esports. And we just saw one of our comments, excuse me, our viewers was giving them some love, right? But it seems like there is some struggles right now for 5-man, and a lot of these teams, again, dropping in basically the same angles. Looking quickly into our circle, it is going to be somewhere on Observatory, so whoever is on the top right, pretty damn safe. They can just take a bit nice and slow, and that's well and good. I also wanted to add up here, Nikki, in terms of our points, we can only get, I believe, a max of 15 points for a rank 1, and then we have a maximum of 11 points for kills. So if you have like 15 kills, we're only going to be counting up to 11, so a maximum of 26 per game here. So we'll see how that goes, as teams really do need to have at least a couple of kills to be able to, get themselves above there.
Exactly. And now we're watching Dance here. So we started really strong here at Gili Island. We really started really fast as compared yesterday's matches, whereas the teams are just filling one another. But here, the drop is really different as compared to yesterday, whereas they have their own usual spots. But now we can see that these guys, this team, they keep on rotating, relocating, repositioning themselves, and looting every area that they are going to. And right now, I am looking at their weapons, and they're not yet fully loaded. So I think, yeah, they're looting this area at training base and then moving forward. And I think this is a very bold decision for Aero to be out there, out and about, and looking for loots. And I think if ever they'll be able to have a battle or skirmish like here, they'll be battling it against DCI. I think they're just prepared to do so, but I think DCI will disengage this early in the match. They don't want to commit any mistakes, and they want to have a proper footing for our first match, because this dictates everything. This match gives the momentum from everyone, but still someone from DSI is out in the lookout, but taking in damage 80% over there and disengaging again.
Okay, it seems like we are going to be restarting the lobby for the moment. A couple of players were disconnected, unfortunately, but at least we are seeing that initial bout, right? We had also a false start from yesterday from the PH finals, but I think it just showed to us how much these teams really adhere to just dropping to where they want. It's a little bit more different today because it seems like a lot more teams are contesting the same spots on Gili Island. Not sure if that's going to be what happens again when we restart this match, but if that is going to be the case, if we do have that repetition, Nikki, we could be seeing for very fast games for this second day for this Vietnam / Wildcard finals.
Yes, as you're right. I think that the players are being kicked one by one in our lobby, so we have to restart. And like what you said, yeah, that's a good start. And I think for our official first game for today, I think they'll be a bit cautious and careful as compared to our first game a while ago, whereas everyone's just looting and dropping off wherever they can or wherever they want without maybe a specific drop zone. So let's see later on if they're gonna stick with their plan and be consistent and be careful enough. But yeah, hopefully for our first official match, we won't be able to see or spectate bugs, and hopefully we won't be able to experience what happened a while ago.
I think it's gonna be fine. It do be like that, you know, with our matches always going to be online. There's bound to be a little bit of hiccups, but you know what? We can drink just a little bit of water and we're gonna be good. All we have to do right now is just take a bit of a breath, you know, just wait a little bit more and we're gonna start. We're gonna make sure to guys that you can enjoy and have as a smooth viewing, and at least for the players, competitive tournament experience as they're moving forward. We don't want people just to be like out of the game and then it's like going to be set unfair, stuff like that. We're going to be just trying to fix that as soon as possible. So while we are still waiting here, guys, again, 6 Gili maps, and whoever is going to be able to weather the storm, top 5, they have a shot or a straight shot into the global finals as well as the global final prelim. So everything is definitely on the line. And again, same with yesterday. We have another $8,000 prize pool. We were not taking away from the 8,000 from yesterday. We have our own 8,000 here for the Vietnam wildcard. So all of these teams have a very, I think, heavy stake into this, because I have seen a couple of teams, Nikki, that was here and is sponsored by their own family's business. Like the one from the Philippines, the J Masters, come from their name actually comes from their family business, which is, I believe, into fixing air conditioning and refrigerators. That is awesome. I've actually never seen refrigerators and air conditionings be fixed, but I mean, that is really, really cool. And the family's like, yeah, sure, we're gonna sponsor your team, we're gonna name the team with this and then use it as like a sponsor thing. Smart stuff. That's people investing as well as supporting esports. Pretty good. And again, guys, we are still looking to see how long we will have to wait. Now, I think Nikki also talked about a while ago, the top Vietnam team, which is Tyrant. And I think I was able to research a little bit about that. And I believe the team name that they had back in 2020 when they joined for Top Clans 2020 was Never Be Alone. And technically, that spells NBA.
NBA.
But yeah, it's not the National Basketball Association. We are going to go
NBA.
for, right? There you go. We answered it. Anyways, I think we are going to be going for a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be starting with the first map of this day, Wildcard and Vietnam Finals here at Top Clans 2021. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And here we are. I honestly thought we were going to show our smug little faces talking about these teams, but no, we're good. We're going to go straight into the lobby already. It's going to be Gili Island, first match of this Vietnam Wildcard Finals, and I have no idea why it's called smug. I don't think our face is actually smug, but that's the first word that popped into my head. But there's a very different playing trajectory. It's to the left, to the west side, compared to the east side from the fake game, we'll call it. And here we begin, Nikki. Bitter Lake, any teams up to grab that centerfold of the Gili map?
And it's gonna be Bitter team. We from Bitter dropping at Bitter Lake. So Bitter team is consist of Bitter Lake, Bitter D, Bitter Bad Boy, Bitter Ship. So yeah, probably take over Bitter Lake because that's their team names. And we are seeing a really good spread here apparently. But for teams 9, 14, and 15, they're all gonna be a bit going forward or towards Squirrel Depot, and those teams are 5-man esports and Uplay, and as well as Empire Legends. So this is gonna be interesting how who's gonna take over of Squirrel Depot. We have a lot of warehouses there and some houses below. So probably once they've already looted an ample amount of supply, I think they're gonna go head on with the following teams because it's really hard to just escape and evade or disengage with these teams surrounding you. Also at Observatory, I'm seeing like 3 teams, 17, 3, and 7, trying to occupy Observatory at the upper right side of our map. 17, 3, and 7 is
Yeah. So that
Aeroid
is. Yep.
and
Stellaric Legends and Isdom. Yeah. Here's the thing. Nobody actually touched the top left of map. Chemical Depot is a barren wasteland and nobody is looting it. Like I've played, I say post-apocalyptic single-player video games, and being in a spot that doesn't have any mutants or other humans is such a big thing, but nobody seems to be able to scout that perfectly. That could be some good territory to start looting, especially when we saw from yesterday. Could be just the different metas today, but again, yesterday's matches, there was a lot of teams that really responded or really took the initiative to just try to get as much free looting or as much safe looting as possible. Get as many heals, pick up a different squad, and if you can max out on as the heals that you can get, you can just play, again, what we call the nurse strategy on the outside of the map and have a good placement, at least if you're trying to keep safe. But maybe we're going to see a bit more action pack here as teams really wanting to just drop beside other teams, other opponents.
Yes, that's right. And I think Isfake here is quite near Team Bitter at Bitter Lake, but I think what you said, everyone's just going around the circle, and I think that's part of their strategy to go already in because it's also hard to battle against the circle and yeah, maybe looting the ample supply, especially healing supplies, but we're seeing a lot of kills on our kill feed there and we're down to 51 already. I think this is a 3-story building at the left side of thermal power plant. We're watching Terror in queue. I'm not sure if they have someone here or there's a skirmish here, but Elite already at the right side on the horizon right there. So I think they already have a good supply with their AN-94s here and level 2 helmet and vest. So if ever there will be a clash here, I think it's gonna be good. So they're just blowing up the vehicle there. It's receiving damage. Nowhere to go for Team Elite ID.
Well, Elite is caught. Yeah, not really, I think, rocking a hard place. Just a bit of a squeeze, but Eclipse is going to try to bail him out as he brings in the vehicle, convertible, just to get his teammates on out of there. But I'm wondering if Inku actually has a nice little sightline here. I'm not really sure if he can, but he is popping a couple of the shots. So I think he does have some vision, if at all. But this is a really cheeky little angle. Don't think it's going to net him anything other than just a couple of pop shots and maybe just a bit of tagging. But at the end of the day, he's probably just going to be using a lot of his bullets to try to make things work. Bitter, on the other hand, here on Bitter Lake, and no one is right beside them. This is the perfect look at how many compounds they can start looting up. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to max out when they go to a different location, but that is fantastic for them. InQ, on the other hand, still, he's going to be holding his own here, and at least people might think it might be wasted pop shots, but I gotta say as well, it at least keeps tab on Elite, who are not pushing into Terror's location, into Terror's vicinity.
Yes, and they're also battling against the red zone, but I think one from Elite ID has already make, made an escape there, or probably just repositioning himself so that they'll get a good sight over Terror here. Maybe, yeah, doing the pincer there, flanking to the left, and then pushing from in front of them. So 2-2 split there, but let's move to Bloods. Bobo here. I kind of made fun of the name, but Bloods is from, let me just check. Bloods is from Kuala Lumpur. So this team is made up of Bobo, Boss, Army, and Ball. All of them starts with letter B. So they're okay. They're having a hard time here with their jeepneys. I don't know why, but let's move on to Lucas. Lucas has been playing for, I don't know, more than, I think every top clans is always we can always spectate Lucas. So let's see what's different for Lucas and his team for this year. And yeah, looting essential items such as med kits and energy drinks for the last zone. Getting the PP19, still a meta for these players here, AN94 PP19 combo. And I think they're gonna head towards, no one went to RoS Bay actually, so this is safe store. So that's also surprising. No one went to Chemical Depot, no one went to RoS Bay. Those are the hot drops. And yeah, getting some healer guns there. And yeah, this is the looting phase. Everyone's just preparing for the final circle, and once you get there, you really, that's the only time that these players are forced to battle one another, because the circle is still big at this moment. And now we're watching for US. For US is 4 Valiant Men. So that's not you. Is it? 4 Valiant. For us from Indo.
I think they just couldn't add all of those abbreviations or words because it's way too long. So for us, I think is what they went. No, for Valiant Men is is different from for us. They're both on the Indonesian team, but still the same metric. Now I think what you were talking about, or what you were mentioning, was again, it seems like teams just not really looking to. What? Did he just pop shot on his own team? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, he took some shots. Maybe he has a bit of a grudge on his brother there, on his brethren. But as I was talking about, there was some mentioning about teams just not going for the bigger hotspot locations in the Gili Island, as at least particularly for this first map. What I'm thinking, though, is they just did not scout properly who was right beside them, and they were expecting that other teams will contest for the bigger locations, so they wanted to go for the smaller ones, outside moving inside. We talked about it yesterday as well, where I like to do this, something kind of similar, ride the zone, ride the wave. But these teams went to the other end, but there was other teams that was probably thinking the same thing. Anyways, next overview of the map here, we already see teams such as Elite ID and For Us already kind of tucked in the center. They've, I think, gotten themselves a nice little hammock, nice little compound, but now Aeroid on the forward push. God4's got to be a little bit of wear. There should be some noise done, but Danny, he's only one of 2 in their team, and he has a couple of heals. This isn't the most painful circle yet, so he could play that devil's advocate, just playing outside of the map. I don't think anybody's really hounding him down anymore, but if he gets unlucky, then that it is. But he should be able to heal well enough that maybe he can scrounge up a top 10 above, but we'll see how that goes for him, as he's very near the Aeroid team, who looks to be sniffing about in this particular compound.
I think they have an intel already that there's someone out there, but there's also someone at the right side, so kind of sandwich. But looking at the numbers, they have the advantage here. So if ever DSI will flank and push them, at least Air knows that they are quite prepared for what's gonna happen if ever. Lubo, I forgot Lubo's team before, but yeah, this is also a famous player. I can't recall, but yeah, Lubo has been playing. His team has been playing top ranks ever since. So probably just rebranded from um, a former team, and now bringing their strategies and their expertise here at Top Class ROS Invitational. Now we're still left with 53 players, and we're kind of stuck with the numbers, and everyone's just playing it safely. No one's actually engaging, and then like what you said, just riding the circle. And now they're moving. They're moving, and looking at the aerial shot here, T-Cons is really good with flanking. So let's see if he's gonna flank or just looking for a good spot for their team to camp if ever. But it won't look good as we have for us as at the right side and someone from the left side as well. So this is very brave and bold for T-Cons. Now his vehicle has been exploded by someone and he's caught in the middle there.
Well, they are going to try to siege here. Oh, Tyrant is going to be just knocking on the door. The four-sided defense of Elite has just been but crumbled. Lucas looking to scout just a little bit into the open, using the truck as a bit of cover, but it works for a moment. His opponent hopping around the same thing, around the convertible here. He has his teammate, and they are knocking Elite one by one. One on the main building has also been taken away from the board. And T-Con's vehicle, even though it exploded, it gave enough distraction so the rest of the Tyrant squad can just push up and clean up the rest of Elite here. Elite looked like to have had such a really good compound to defend, but they've been just knocked off their block. And you know what this means. Straight up looting and good position for Tyrant to defend as they wait for that circle to close or move once again.
Yes, an additional 4 points for their team as they were able to sweep that team. And this is a different play from yesterday, whereas everyone's just playing it passively. But for Tyrant here, we've seen them really rushing and flanking, and probably the next target will be for us if ever, since they're very, very aggressive like this. DSI, on the other hand, is out in the lookout against 4 Valiant Men here, and they are playing outside the safe zone. And it's all right because it's not yet that hurt. It doesn't hurt so much, but still, it's better to eliminate or probably disengage if they don't want to have a fight there, if they are not feeling it. But I think little by little, they are trying to flank and push towards this pink house, and there's already a vehicle ready for 4 Valiant Man if ever.
At least they do have that ability to mamba out. This is one of the terminologies that I would probably use in that. Okay, DSI, he's looking at the transition, but he's not biting.
Oh, no.
He doesn't want to take a bit of a gamble here, but he's been spotted already. Of course, again, third-party perspective. You can see everything all about around you. He's condensed himself inside this bathroom inside the house, but this is going to be quite dangerous. Nades could be thrown in general direction, and every single bit of opponent, I think, he's now hounding him down. A couple of teams still on the outside. That's Born to Win Esports down below near Squirrel Depot, and they are in lockdown with Uplay. And there is also Bloods and the rest of the other squads just starting to move in. Now, teams inside that safe zone already is for us, as well as Tyrant. Tyrant looking to be very, very strong here now that they've wiped out Elite from Indonesia. And this just looks to show what you've been mentioning with Tyrant, formerly known as Never Bother Again?
Yeah. Never be alone.
Never be alone, excuse me. There's a difference to that. Never bother again means that you want to be alone. But this guy's never want to be alone. Exactly. My mistake for those fans. I completely butchered. I totally apologize for that. But anyways, really good positioning for Tyrant. There is a forward push here as Born to Win is looking to just scrounge up their targets, able to loot up. That is Cyberpunk, able to get a couple of kills with his brethren, and this is great because now they're going to be able to upgrade and as well as just start stacking up heals if they do want to. But as a full 4, I think going back into the safe zone is a better thing to have a good prospect at actually maybe getting more kills and a higher ranking as the game 1 still progresses, or round 1 still progresses.
And when it comes to rankings, they've secured 3 points already for their team. I actually cannot read Cyberpunk, so when you mentioned Cyberpunk, I was like, oh, okay, that's how it's
I'm not actually sure if
Cyberpunk.
that it is, but it looks like it's Cyberpunk to me.
Oh, yes. It makes sense. It makes sense. But yes, like what you said with the rankings, they still need to be mindful of the placement points. So aside from being able to kill, they're also giving much importance to the placement points. That's why I think they're not rushing already towards the circle. But as compared to other teams, there are already other teams that place themselves strategically enough already in the circle, and I think that's how they play it. But it's actually a double-edged sword. It comes with high risk, high reward. Yes, you're already in the middle. You're already safe from the zone, but it also means that everyone's eyes are on you. You're like in a really easy target for everyone's gonna go inside. But then again, you can gatekeep the area from anyone that's gonna go inside. And now we're watching Ticons. Ticons is also a really amazing player. He's been playing custom games as well, aside from ranked games. He's been playing pub games, and I remember him joining one of my custom games. So yeah, these guys, they just don't play ranked games. They also play lobby games, and they they've been playing every day. So I think it also makes sense that aside from your practice, you've been also playing for leisure, and I think yeah, it contributes a lot to your reflexes, to your muscle memory, and how you play here at Gili Island.
I'm surprised to see Ticons isn't hiding inside the compound like the rest of his team. Well, to be fair now, Tyrant's just kind of moving around their own vicinity, their own fortress here. But I kind of like the way that they are going about this, because it might seem very risky, which technically it is, but you do get a lot more coverage as well as trying to know if someone is actually pushing you. And you mentioned it, you were brushing up on it, that again, being in the center of the safe zone, you basically have a crosshair, a wanted mark on your head saying that you might get pushed because you have like the best positioning, or everybody's just going to go in your general direction because they want to get inside that safe zone. But I really do like how Tyrant is using their ability to move this meticulously to just try to get as much coverage as possible, not just hiding inside their compound and waiting for any reactions for other teams, but they're also doing their own reactions. What's kind of good is even if they do get pinched, they have about, you saw that, Ticons just kind of passed it, 3-4 vehicles that they can use to exit out. So even if one gets blown up, at least they have another one that's hidden just a teeny tiny bit. Looking more into this, and ooh, they're gonna have to move. Tyrant will have to move, but just not by a big margin. Still, though, they could get flanked from right behind, as there is a couple of squads that is coming from their southern side. They've already gone into contact with another, as it's going to be Isfake Jerry here near the 4x4s. He's looking to just probably heal inside the vehicle and maybe get some information, but for the moment, Isfake might not be in a cheeky little angle. They've thrown out the drone for, I think, a bit of scouting as well, but this is really, really a precarious position for Isfake, as they only really do have the vehicles that they brought with them as some sort of cover.
Yes, that's right. And I think they're getting ready if ever for US or J Master, if ever. He's actually lurking here at the sides, just a tree for a cover. And he's still outside the circle. He needs to go inside, but it's really hard for him because I think, is he the only one left for his team? No, there's still 2 of them. Someone from them is already down. So it's going to be him and Juliet duo, but yeah, the circle's not gonna be good. It's not on their side here, and you need to heal, and I don't think he has the heal. So let's move on to Bantian from Isfake. I want to see a skirmish between Isfake here, and but I can't somehow see what's happening. And yeah, they already spotted where J Master is at, and I think they're gonna flank in and push in. So They're very, very confident here with the numbers and just throwing in some shot. They will get that kill. Another point for is fake team, but also showing their location with that gunshots.
Well, they've kind of created a nice little zone for them to control, so it's not the worst thing for Isfake, and a couple of kills in their pocket, always even better, but they are getting hammered from different directions. Vantine, unfortunately, just cannot catch a break. He was revived almost immediately, but knocked out all at the same time. Of course, 1 HP, needs to heal back up. And Tyrant, are they the ones that are actually shooting at Isfake? I'm not entirely sure, but I think they have an inkling that there was that one team, I think that was Blood, Squad 10, that was already pushing from there behind. But they're marking it quite well. I think they're 4 squads in to go all the way around. Lucas not really messing about as he pops a couple of shots towards these stragglers as Tyrant has to move forward. Not everybody on one vehicle, which I do like. They're slowly creeping up turtle styles, and they found one already stuck out in the open, and Lucas looking to end the life of, the one target. No response will be had, and Tyrant still doing, I think, beautiful work here. Still a full 4, and we're down to sub 30 players left.
And it's not yet over for their team. They're looking for blood. They're smelling blood. They want blood. And this is how Tyrant, this is Lucas and Ticon's team play. This is just how aggressive they are. But I think they can't be reckless. Even though they're playing it aggressively like this, they can't be reckless because it's gonna be Isfake. And Mitcon's team is really they've been playing this game quite some time and they're really experienced with this. So yeah, I think Mitcon already decided to disengage. So that is a nice call coming from them. But Lucas getting receiving shots for his vehicle here. We're down to 30 something. And yes, that's a good advantage for Tyrant team here with 4, still 4 for a squad. And now let's move on to Arod. We've watched them a while ago during the first match, the warm-up match, and it's a different game for this round because they were able to still survive, and especially with 3 kills on their belts right now. So that's a really, really good start for them, and hopefully they'll be able to carry it out until the last circle. So moving back to Lucas, Tyrant has really played strongly here in our first round, and it's exciting to see them until the last circle. Healing God has been used here, and they're just moving and moving, always inside the circle, always looking for bloods, but they know when to engage and disengage. That's interesting that they did not actually run after Isfake.
Well, positioning overkill, I think, is the main priority for Tyrants. You can see that they're just playing turtle here, playing as close as they can to the safe zone while also putting their back on the danger zone. So it's kind of created a dynamic where Tyrant doesn't really have to worry too much about so many angles, and they still have vehicles, which is fantastic. Now, Aeroid team, something similar could be said for them, but they are getting sandwiched quite a bit. They are seeing at least a couple of opponents just coming down from the hill, but this opens up the possibility for some beautiful spray downs. And Aeroid, they're going to have to at least squeeze through because they're going to get sandwiched if they're not careful about this. They do know they take the fight, they take the risk, and they're pushing forward. It's working. The spray down is netting them a couple of shutdowns on the opposing team. I think that is one of our Indonesian teams. And, well, this is perfect. Again, Aeroid still holding on true, looking into Forest. Wait, back into this fight. Yeah, Aeroid, still 2 people remaining. And they're going to be just playing around, hopping a bit. Grenades are being thrown, and you can see the respect that they are doing, but they can't really give that respect for too long because a team, another squad, might just be in the nearby vicinity, and there is one hopping about. Oh, this is going to be bad for Aeroid if they're not able to clean up the rest and go around. This could be a pinch play that they might not be ready for.
Yes, that's right. And I'm seeing at the horizon there, Tyrants, I think the 3 of them has already been down, and it's not looking good for Arid here as the circle is a little bit small for all of them. So they're now forced to eliminate one another. We're seeing shots fired left and right. from all over the angles. They are spraying shots, and I think they'll be eliminating for Valiant Man there, and also throwing in shots here, and he will get that kill. So that's a really nice and clean shot coming from A right here, still holding their position and maybe giving away the finishing touches. There you go. One more team from, is it J Master? Is it Sadistic? Here joining in the party as well. And it's just anybody's game. Everyone's just throwing in the mollies here and SMG shots and jumping. Everyone's jumping. It's action-packed, but he's also receiving damage here for US. Someone from 4US is down and being revived. It's just a rally of shots from everywhere. And now for the area shot, is Fake will also join in the battle.
Is Fake. Well, they are. Oh, for us. So. Oh, he got knocked out. Say goodnight. That's going to be it for us. And who was the final? I think that was Is Fake that got the last brunt. Now going back onto Tyrant. How is Crying the only one alive? T-Cons, Lucas, and Sad Boys, they're nowhere to be seen on the board. What happened to Tyrant?
They've been eliminated during the A-Red clash. 4 Valiant Men and 4 US clash. Yeah.
That is so unfortunate. And I think it seems like we are down to the 3 final squads. Tyrant still has a say in this. They do have, I think the last player does have a couple of heals, but it's only a matter of time. And Is Fake, they should know. Like, everything in the safe zone has been cleared out. They know that their opponents are just outside healing and biding their time. You know, Is Fake's not going to be looking for it. They know that they've already won this, and they're just going to be waiting casually, comfortably in the safe zone as everybody else is just sizzling, melting away outside, inside the outside the safe zone. And this is going to be all she wrote. Crying, though, how long can you last? Oh, he lasted a good chunk. It's only the 2 squads remaining. So the other one, which was from, I believe that was God 4X86, is already out. I thought, though, Is Fake trying to look for Crying here. I thought Crying was already in the safe zone. He was trying to run in, but it seems like not. And again, this should just be a one and done. Done and dusted, and they're just popping shots, random shots in their own teammates because they know they've won this.
Exactly, that's right. But let's not forget that Tyrant already has 11 kills. So placing second and garnering 11 kills would really position their team at somewhat top, or maybe almost maxing the points for today for the first round. So I think if not at first place, they would definitely, I'm really bad at math, but yeah, I think they would definitely place a really good standing here for our first match and probably dictate the following matches. That's a really good setting for Tyrant there. So Crying here still withstanding the circle, but for Is Fake, they're doing their victory dance, just hopping all about and around here at below Echo Valley at Giddy Island. And yeah, this is almost concluded. This is a very action-packed first round as compared from our matches yesterday. This is definitely a action-packed and intense fight coming from our players. This on the other hand here, Crying has already used his med kits. He still has 36 bandages, so let's see where it will take him.
Well, I think it's going to take him a little, maybe like 2 more seconds before he survives. Yeah, he has no more big heals. That's going to be it. And we've crossed the check mark already on the first map. It's unequivocally Is Fake. They've gotten about a maximum of 7 kills as well. And this team has just come out with a flurry. We did not see them that often on our perspective, but it seems like they did a fantastic job of just being able to net the first dub. Great job for Is Fake here, and they're going to be looking to set the pace for everyone else. I honestly thought it was going to be Tyrants, but you know what? Is Fake did a fantastic job nonetheless. Everybody else was seeming to go at the similar pace, and so far so good, I think, for a map 1 start. What do you think, Nikki?
Definitely good. It's really amazing and intense fight. Not only is fake, but also Tyrant and the rest of the teams like Aroid for Valiantman for US and the other teams as well, showing us not just placement points. They're not just after the placement points, but they're also after with the kill points. And I'm seeing how hungry they are, the wildcards in the Vietnam region, how hungry they are with the kills rather than the placement points. Because yesterday we were able to see a lot of killing strategies, but for today they've shown us a lot of team fights and killing from left and right. So this is definitely an intense way to open our first match as well.
It definitely is, and we're gonna tally the scores for now, guys, and we're gonna show you after the particular break. But definitely teams to watch here are all the Vietnam teams. We saw some wily ones from every Vietnam player here. So anyways, we're gonna go for a bit of a breather. When we come back, it is going to be the second map as well as the tally on the first round. So don't go anywhere, guys. Don't touch that browser. We'll be back after a quick one. Oh. Welcome back, guys, to Top Clan's 2021 RoS Summer Invitational. My name is Aster, and of course, with me is Nikki. We have just concluded round 1 in this 6-round series, and well, that was Isfake taking all the priorities. And now, immediately, thank you for that production, we have the point system here, Nikki.
Yes, and for our ranks 11th until the 20th, we can see here J Master Esports with 4 points, Isdom Team with 3, Bloods with 2, Emperor Legend with 2, 5-Man Esports with 1, and Elite Ivy being eliminated immediately during our first match, as well as Stellaric Legend with 1 and 0 respectively. And it's not looking good for these teams, but they still have redemption for game number 2, and now we're still waiting for the upper half. And here we go, ranks 1 to 10. We have, of course, Tyrant Esports with 23 and not falling behind, just 1 point. We have Isfake, so this is an amazing matchup between these two teams. But let's not forget with Air Team having 15 points, BTW or Born to Win with 13, tying up with Forest for us with 13 points as well. For Violent Man with 11, Bitter with 10, God4X86 with 6, Terror Team with 5, and finally Uplay with 5 points. So this is very interesting for our top 1 and 2 teams, as they've just 1 point from each other. So this is very interesting for our game number 2.
And what makes it interesting as well, I think, is that Tyrant was the second place when the game ended. It was one of their players that was stuck outside of the circle and only really could heal because Isfake still had like a full 4 waiting inside the safe zone. Now, one of the things that makes that interesting is you can see the dynamic. Tyrant is still number 1 because they had about 4 kill advantage over Isfake. I think Isfake had like 7 kills that first round, and then Tyrant had 11. So there really is that big difference that netting kills is such a big factor. And another thing that I wanted to point out was comparing from yesterday, we had about 3 teams that did not have any kills and did not have any points. But in this one, there was about 4 to 5. So teams are slow to start. I don't know what's going to happen in the second match, but if this continues, teams could be in a really, what's the word here? A really precarious position if they don't start to get more points in this second round.
Yes, but on the other hand, we will be showing you guys the matchup for today, for day number 2, September 19. That is VN and Wildcard region finals. For the first match, Isfake will dominate that game, and now we're approaching for our match number 2 at 13:50. We're just a bit late and delayed because of some technical difficulties, but we are about to go to Gili Island. This is the game number 2. We still have more 4 matches after our game number 2, and like what Asura have said, it's not looking good for those teams, but it will definitely look bright for those teams that are at the top 3 and top 12 spot. But I think it's really Tyrant is gonna dominate game number 2 because of the momentum that they've set for their team. What are your thoughts for game number 2, Azurai? For me, I think it's gonna be Tyrant for this game.
That is a really bold statement, but I will double down on that as well. I think Tyrant has a really good hold in this. We'll see, though, because, again, they did seem to struggle to get into a better position when they needed to get into that, let's just call it the late game. But, I mean, they invest. They got multiple kills at the start. I think right now, Tyrant have to try to balance that a little bit further. I do want to reiterate as well, a lot of the teams still playing at 0 points. That is not what you want to have. At least 2 to 3 points just to get you started. You know, just a little bit of a starting account. You know, when you're young and you're thinking that I don't need a bank account, you need to at least have a savings account. You know, just to begin with. And now teams want to have at least 1 point in the bank for them. We'll see how this goes. Seems like our spread is a little bit similar to what we saw in map 1 and round 1, but there is two squads that are going to be clashing quite near each other. That is Terror Team and this one that is right beside them. But thankfully enough, they are in the safe zone. They don't really need to fight. Maybe a couple of vehicles and try to go somewhere else. Windcliff and even Rust Bay is actually up for the taking. Only Stellaric Legend is somewhere near that particular portion of Gilly Island.
Yes, but comparing it to our first match, someone already occupied Chemical Depot and even Windcliff near Rust Bay here, so it's quite dispersed as compared to our first match we're in. They're a bit congested, but yeah, like what you said, we have Terror there, very, very near with Blood, so I think we're gonna see a matchup with that particular area at Mass Out Factory. But now let's move on with the J Master. So this is a sponsored org or team by a family business. So this is really something. But again, Lolly will go down from Terror. So that's gonna be a really bad play coming from Terror there, losing one and battling with the complete squad here against Bloods. This is the 3-building compound, whereas there's a lot of loots here, but teams tend to disperse and split up while looting this particular area. But as we can see, they're moving as a unit here. Bloods is moving as a unit, and they already have their ARs. But I don't know where the other Terror team is at. So it's not gonna look good for Cowboy to be battling against a full squad there. He is being fried and fired here with mollies, and I think Inqui is at the second floor. Just he shot someone there. Ball from Bloods will go down, but being revived. So I think they can rush in, but it's really not advisable for them to be battling against a complete squad, just the two of them. Better be with 3 or a complete squad. But Inqui, being very, very brave as he is, going towards the rooftop and trying to flank here. Let's see what's gonna happen. Will they be able to have Bloods wiped in our map? But no, Inqui will go down there. Cowboy to the rescue with the Master Snipe rushing in towards there, but X-Gate will go down. On the other hand, Inqui as well, leaving us with 63 players, and I think Cowboy will just disengage. It's just him playing solo for Terror Team.
That was terrible for Terror. That is just the word to probably describe that. They had 2 knockouts on Bloods, and they didn't just push it as a full 3. They could have just full send it and have had a better shot. Cowboy, he was just holding an angle somewhere on top, maybe hoping that somebody from Bloods would drop down so he had maybe free reign. But even so, they were sieging basically an enemy's base. They needed everyone to participate to even have a good shot, and now their push basically backfires on them, and Cowboy is going to be the last bastion of hope for that team. Bloods now, they've been handed 2 kills, 2 points, as well as 2 bodies that they can loot. This is retribution for them, and even though a couple were knocked out, as well as Ball being immediately wiped from the board, leaving 3 of his teammates to fend off for the rest of the round, this is still pretty damn respectable. But now they're going to be up against another squad coming in to knock down their britches if they're not careful. Bloods or Bobo here able to spot out a couple, and he's not really in the best spot. He doesn't have a heal, he doesn't have a helmet, and all he can really do now is scout and give information for the rest of his team to maybe retaliate. He's gonna try to move around the compound here, going around the fences, around the side of the walls, which is good, but I'm not sure if he's gonna try to escape with this because he's so darned low. At least he does have his teammate right beside him to maybe help out.
Yes, and they're quite spread here with three of these buildings here at this particular compound. And this is below Massout Factory. They have really good amount of loot if they can have the whole compound all to themselves. But it attracts players. It attracts players because the players know that this particular area has a lot of good loot. That's why after Terror, for Valiant Men is up here battling against Bloods, is still holding the area here. But it's gonna be just three of them against four from Bloods. But yeah, still starting up with their loot. They don't have good loot actually, so I think they're just patiently waiting for teams for Bloods to either rush them, or they might rush Bloods, but I don't think that's gonna be a good idea. But if they can have an info that Bloods is just playing it solo per building, I think that's gonna be a good team push and slowly eliminating one after another players from Bloods. So I think it's better for Bloods to regroup with their teammates, or just make a run for it, or 3-man push in this particular building where four Valiant Man is actually holding. But yeah, they're still safe because they're still inside the circle, and we're just waiting for anything to happen. They have the options, and I think they're just gonna play it very, very safely. Like, they don't have much on their pockets right now. They don't have even helmets to begin with. So, yeah. Oh, but Boss from Bloods will go down there. Nice shot coming from the PP19 by Company. I thought it's gonna be from the but it's a PP19 shot. Now rushing in Company. He is on a roll. He's on fire, shotting in. He will get the kill once more. 2 kills on their belt there, and it's just one more player for Team Bloods here. So that's a nice initiation coming from Company.
Well, that play might have actually saved 4 Valiant Men. I honestly thought they actually had the upper hand when they went to this compound, but they took the chance, they took the risk, and it was Company that definitely saved or gave a better chance at a brighter tomorrow for the 4 Valiant Men squad. You were mentioning that there is one more player from Bloods that is alive. I'm not sure if that's true, but because there was 3. We only saw 2 get knocked out, but maybe an off-cam kill. I could be wrong though. In any case, 4 Valiant Men still hold on strong, and this means that there is going to be a lot of looting for them. That zone is just about to close in. A couple of teams are still on the outside, that being Born to Win Esports as well as Uplay, and again, the Philippine team, which is J Masters. Wait, Isdom is also outside. Top right, Observatory. Okay, there's a lot of teams that are looking to just hold on for dear life outside of the circle. I'm really not the biggest fan of this because it's very risky in the sense that you're just really hoping for a better rankings. But maybe if they do have the heal, I don't know how that's going to go. J Master of full 4 will have to transition into the safe zone, but they're taking quite a bit of damage, and I'm not sure how they're going to try to deal with this, as we are about 49, 50-ish players still remaining in the game.
Yes, and so I think this is the first time that we'll be able to spectate J Master, and so we will be showcasing you guys their gameplay, how they play. So they're playing outside the circle. So this is very different play coming from compared from our first match we're in. Everyone's just going in, playing inside the circle. So this is a different play. So they're stacking up and getting as much heals that they have before they actually go in. And yeah, they're wishing for teams to be eliminating one another before they actually enter the area. But let's move on to Elite. Timoshi, they still don't have any kills, and there are only 3 of them, and they're moving around the circle at the left side of Gili Island. And this time, I think they're gonna go maybe Windcliff or Mass Out Factory, where we had a lot of skirmishes, and probably thermal power plant here at the left side of our map. But yeah, they're still confident enough to be just riding their vehicles. On the other hand, this is Tyrant team, our top 1 on our rankings. All eyes on them. This is Lucas and his team, but I think Lucas has already been eliminated, so this is already just a 3-man team going in towards the circle. So they are quite far from is fake, our number 2 team in our ranking. So there's still the looting phase, and we're watching Sad Boy here. He's bugged. It happens. It happens. When you're riding a vehicle, then you get out of it. Sometimes it happens that you get bugged. But let's move on to Tikons. On the other hand, here just looting, stacking up. He's already has level 3 bag and armor, but level 2 helmet. So this is their favorite spot here in Masout Factory. Elite occupy this and going against the 4 Valiant Men. So there's a lot of teams who wanted to get a piece of this particular area in Masout Factory. They really love this compound because it has a lot of loots. So who would have thought that there's a lot of players who wants to be in this particular area? We had Bloods, we had 4 Valiant Man, and now we have Elite. So it's one team after another.
They are challenging at every point in turn. Man, this is quite difficult for 4 Valiant Men, I think, to try to escape for. They actually are on, I think, on the same, 3-story building. So they shouldn't be shot from above, but they are getting quite heavily marked. Now, Yonker, he peeks out, but he could actually get baited. That was what I was fearing. He just tried to get his shot in. He's going to get immediately revived by his teammate, which is good, but is that the go signal for Valiant, or for their opponent to actually push in? Because Yonker now does not have a helmet, does not have that many HP, and is still slowly but surely creeping up on that HP marker. He does have company who, I'd say, a pretty good clutcherist. He can do a 2v1, but this is incredibly risky. Yonker, the impatience on this boy, might cost him the round, but we'll see how Elite go about this, knowing that there is at least a couple inside this particular compound.
Yes, rushing in, we're watching Simoshi losing his patience finally together with his teammates. It's gonna be 2-4-2 battle, I guess, since company is already inside. Okay, so it's gonna be 3 of them rushing in, scouting every angle, but they'll be seeing Tyrant Tikons getting the hit with his vehicle being blown down. There's gonna be 3 teams here in this particular area. And there's just one team after another crying, Sad Boy and Tikons rushing in as well in this particular area of our map at Masout Factory. So this is going to be a 3-team battle. We're watching Eclipse, ID from Elite ID. So everyone's just occupying a building of their own. And this is a 3-team battle. And we're seeing vehicles parked at the backside of their buildings, just in case for their backup if they're gonna disengage. So this is very wise. And I did not expect it for Tyrant to be challenging these teams. And they're now throwing away their deployables. And I don't know what's gonna happen next, but this is gonna be interesting. Who will be losing their patience? Who will be rushing in? Who will be flanking? Who will be disengaging? So those are the questions that's running on my mind right now, Asarai.
This is a little bit too intense for me too. Tyrant, this is a team that is on the top of the leaderboard now, but they're only just a few points of getting knocked out themselves. If they can actually come out on top of this trifecta that we have with these 3 squads, this is a huge again win that they can get. Very difficult undertaking though. We'll see how this kind of goes. Elza, he spots out the push from Tyrant. Gets the cross, but Tyrant is knocking on the door. Oh no, 4 Valiant Men. It's only a matter of time. Yonker, the lesser of the 2 in company, and that is going to be all she wrote. Definitely ouchies right there. Elsa's popping shots. Sad Boys hears it, feels it, and backs away all entirely as Elite. They've only but spotted, but not really transitioned and as well gone for the punish. Negons though, this man just has no fear and he's throwing out the grenades. Get out of there, because the boom booms are here to knock on the door once again on the building.
Yes, and I can't say anything right now because Crying is down, Tikons is down, he will be. But Kimoshi from Elite ID will get the kill. He's just throwing in some shots, but Sad Boy will retaliate, avenging probably his teammates, and they will get the kill too. So the exchange here is 2-4-2, but I think Sad Boy will bid bye-bye, and it's a nice save coming from Elza. Let it go. He already let go of Tikons and the team. Like what you said, Tikons, he doesn't have any fear in his body, but it's costing him so much. It's costing him so much being eliminated here at the mid game of our match, and knowing that Team 2 is still out there, second placers is fake. So I think they're gonna be dethroned. I think the Ticon's team are seeing the players as points. That's why they keep on joining battles and killing as they can, if they can. But sometimes they're miscalculating things. They're rushing in without even being careful enough that there are still out there. There are still players out there securing the backs of their enemies. So they've miscalculated that push, but they were able to get down 4 Valiant Men. So I think that's quite the risk of it, pushing and joining battles.
That is the definite risk. I was actually quite surprised. Tyron already had all that they really needed. They didn't have to go commit to that fight, and let this be a lesson to every one of us. Just even if you get a dub on a squad, you still have to respect the other one on the other side, right? Because you never know what is gonna be a possibility for you to take. In any case here, J Master, haven't really seen them have much success, but inside this or outside the circle, there is a battle of metal. Who can survive the longest? Who can last the longest? And I don't know if J Master is going to be able to hold out for much longer here. We do see Uplay somewhere around the horizon, looking under or on top, underneath them. And this is the what a shot! Jumped up for a split, and the hair was just demolished. What a rather unfortunate turn of events there for Uplay, but born to win. They're still a full 4, quite healthy, but like players like Berserker don't really have that many heals up and running, so they have to leave sometime because the zone is pretty far from them.
Yes, and Berserker here only has one healing aid on his hand. He's using the healer gun now. I think they're gonna make a run for it because they really need to go inside. But on the other hand, Juliet and Reese also needs to go inside as well. So I think Cyberpunk here is just guarding the area if ever Juliet and Reese will go after his teammates. But yeah, they're just gatekeeping this particular gas station for now. But they are now making a rush for it. They don't really care about J Master anymore. They're running. They don't have vehicles, sadly. And I think, yeah, like what you said, it should be a lesson. They don't really have anything to be. They're not catch. They don't need to catch off. They just need to maintain the points. But for Tyrant, they actually went in and tried to kill those players at Mass Out Factory. So maybe it's part of their strategy to be really aggressive, but I don't know. So Corruptors here from Born to Win will be the guy with 1 medkit and 29 bandages, just securing his teammates will be able to escape because he's gonna be guarding that area against J Master. Now we're watching players here having a skirmish, throwing in some shots, not connecting, but they will retaliate and he will go down here. Let's see if someone's gonna revive him. But J Master is here making a run for it with 50% of HP on his vehicle, almost about to explode, and just getting the rack as a cover. They're popping shots. It's connecting, and I think they don't have a healer gun, so it's a manual revive for Botfire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were they able to actually wipe out the squad? That was so messy.
Yeah.
I couldn't even follow what was happening there. But, well, it seems like J Master, they found the formula. But, that is a good chunk of damage from outside the circle. This is not good. Reese, if he tries to revive, his teammates is going to get knocked out. Just heal, man. Just heal.
Both of them.
You need that bit of HP back onto you. He
Oh,
only has a couple of bandages. This is terrible for J Master, but we'll see how that unravels and unfolds. Aeroid team as well as Isfake somewhere playing on the safe zone, and look at this huge compound that is just going to be the site of another big firefight. Aeroid has some form of verticality. They have high ground advantage as well, and they can just survey the area, but their opponent's tucked in inside this bunker, and look at how good the positioning as well as the defensive capabilities of that compound that Isfake has taken for themselves. Even a few vehicles to exit out if they do need to.
They really always bring their vehicles with them, so this is a really good, a big bunker for them. And Midcon here, I think, regrouping. No one's pushing in, no one's rushing in. The circle is really small right now. We're only left with 25 players, but the circle for 25 players is quite small. So I think this is the time that everyone's will be forced to eliminate one another. And yeah, Isfake sitting at second here, knowing that Tyrant has already been eliminated, can somehow make a breather, but yeah, still holding on because they still don't have any kills for this round. On the other hand, HyperX will be bye-bye in our game, leaving us with 24 players, and they're just waiting for, they don't really initiate fights as compared to Tyrant. They just wait for players, and that's the only time that they retaliate, but they don't really play aggressively as compared to Tyrant. So it's a very, very different play coming from Isfake. So we're watching Aeroid Hunter here. There's still a complete squad of 4, and the circle is almost just in front of them. So they are relocating towards for us, Danzo and the rest. This is a rush, I guess. They are receiving damage. This very bold of Baby Bot. Baby Bot just jumping and throwing in shots. It's connecting, and Darkness will go down there. But there's a shot from behind, so this stick will go down as well. And Soso still out there. Taybot and Dance making a run and kill for it, but they still need to be aware that there's someone from the right side that's gonna be Isfake. They already have 5 kills.
Yeah, they have a good helping of knockouts already. I'm wondering if Aeroid here is going to be able to get that dub. We now look into the overview quickly just to see where these teams are going to be heading towards. Oh, the push from the right side on the fence, but there isn't really much that will be done too much. Now, Squad 2 is fake team. It's 3 on the safe zone and 1 outside. You can see there's one that creeping up slowly from outside, maybe healing slowly but surely. It's like again, a insurance policy for Isfake here, but for the moment, it looks like they are not really taking too many heated fights. They want to keep themselves as healthy as possible, because even if you can win a firefight, it doesn't mean that you're going to be coming out of that unscathed. And that just leaves you very vulnerable to other teams who are waiting for you to be that vulnerable. In any case here, Aeroid, they're actually picking up a couple of stuff already as they spot out the squad that they were able to wipe previously. And we are down to just the last 12 players here, Nikki, meaning it's about 3 to 4 squads, give or take. There is, again, a bit of scouting for Aeroid, but they're just not finding the bits and pieces that they need to kind of build up against the Isfake. But we'll see how that kind of goes, because it seems that they are about to just come and push. But Terror, oh, Cowboy, he's still alive. Okay. I was wondering where he was the entirety of the game, but he is somewhere outside of the safe zone, or maybe inside, holding, lurking, as well as stalking Aeroid, looking to push.
Yes, that's right. And as for, yeah, Bitter is still out in the running here. Still 12 players left. And the difference between Tyrant and Isfake, Tyrant, they move as a unit. They move. Oh, Dance will go down there through the hands of Cowboy. Cowboy is still out there, but Cowboy will go down as well. So it's 2v1 there. I think Dance and Hunter will now immediately go inside the circle. This is the aerial view. Vantien will go down. Taibot pushing into the right side with the grenades. Switching to the PP19 is fake. Jerry, how are you gonna save Vantien? Vantien, I think, is done for. Aeroid, Hunter, and Taibot looting the remains of Vantien here. Jerry and Midcon throwing in some shots, but that truck is really such a headache because it's really good hide cover for our players. So Jerry, I think they're gonna flank it at the left side, but the circle is not in their favor, so they need to go in. But Hunter, Dance, and Taybat really doing good in gatekeeping our zone right now.
Oh, is fake
Oh my
now
God.
at the worst side of the coin. They have to push in because Aeroid is just about to knock on their door. It's Jerry trying to revive his comrade. Molly's being thrown as Hunter is already looking to finalize the blow here. Is fake. They have still a really good showing overall, but they probably would want to win this one nonetheless. Hunter is still looking for a bit of damage there. He's already thrown out a couple of utilities to the left, so he wants to try to flank maybe to the right to catch them on the wares, but for the moment, he's looking, for some reaction from Isfake here because he still respects it. He wants to wait because he doesn't really have to push all the way through. Speaking of which, he spots out another squad on the other end, and this kind of pinches the rest of Aeroid. Now decides that maybe a bit of a forward push couldn't be that bad because this warehouse does give them some supple cover from their opponents, and that's why they want to go through this. They're throwing a lot more nades here, but I think Isfake was able to go farther and get themselves into the tall grass, which gives them a bit of cover. And now, what's the play? Because Aeroid is looking pretty damn strong with a 3-man still alive and hasn't really taken that substantial amount of beating from the other squad that's playing near the vicinity.
Yes, and we've been seeing a lot of kills one after another. Our circle is really small, and I think that's Bitter team and one from Is Fake as well. So it's gonna be Aeroid, Is Fake, and Bitter that's gonna battle this circle. And let's see what's gonna happen. They have the advantage. They're throwing in some shots. It's connecting towards the vehicle, and I think the easiest target would be from Bitter team because it's just a tree for the cover as compared to someone from Is Fake with the whole building as a cover there. So we're down to 6 players left in our game, and it's Demigod. It's Demigod from Is Fake, still trying to survive. Almost 20% of his life. He's now down, and I think they still have an insurance player outside playing the healing strategy there, and A-Ride Dance here just regrouping with his teammates, and I think this is now the push for them to flank in left and right. They will get that kill as well, adding up to their points, and it's just a matter of time before we conclude our game number 2, and I think that's the player who's playing the healing strategy outside our circle.
No, he's out. He's out, right? Oh no, he's not. Okay. Yeah, it's just a battle of attrition now. So it means that that last player is that? That is from Elite ID. And that should be it for game number 2. Is Fake on the 3rd squad, so that's going to be fine. But Aeroid team really did the deed on that second round there. I really like how they were able to just survive after so many brutal encounters. I didn't see how many kills they actually did have, but we'll probably have a recap of that. But nonetheless, we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot, figuratively speaking, because we thought it was going to be Tyrant, and Tyrant had one bad push and everybody was just wiped out. And then Is Fake, they still did I think a fantastic job. I think they're going to be top 1 after the tallying of the points later on, but Tyrant really bit the bullet there and got knocked off way earlier than I think they were expecting, because they were just charging. Tekons was one of the players that should have been the spear, but it seems like the rest of the apparatus just broke and Tyrant just was knocked out. In any case, that's going to be it for the second round. Aeroid, congratulations to them. And we're going to go for another break. When we come back, it's going to be round 3, almost halfway done for today. Again, this is the Vietnam Wildcard and Wildcard Finals here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Stage Invitational. My name is Asarai. With me is Nikki. See you guys in a bit. We'll be going for a break.
Don't overthink things, baby, 'cause I know that you do. stranger lately, and I know that's not you. Easy come, easy go. No need to fight about it. Easy come, easy go. No stress, I'm good without it. Easy come, easy go. Let's keep it fun and simple. Easy come, easy go. You know my loving, it's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat.
We have returned from the break, guys. 2 rounds done, 4 more to go. My name is Asterite, of course. With me is Nikki. And guys, welcome back to the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Stage. And again, we are here for the Vietnam and Wildcard Finals. And we are seeing some pretty consistent showings, not from teams such as Tyrant, but from IsFake, that seems to have found the formula to keep themselves at least in the top 3. We have 2 different winners. It's IsFake, and then on the second one it's Aeroid, but IsFake still clinging at top 3. And I'm now curious to see what we're going to be seeing, or what we're going to be looking at, rather, as we wait for the scoreboard.
Yes, I'm also excited to see the scores being tallied right now, Azura, and what you said. Consistency, but here is the rankings from 11th until the 20th. We can see Isdom here climbing now until the 11th spot with 11 points. God Forex 86 with 9. 5-Man Esports with 8, Uplay with 7, Bloods with 5, unfortunately being eliminated early on our game a while ago. Empire Legend with 2, and Stellaric Legend still at 2 points. So now let's move on to our teams ranking from 1st until the 10th place.
Yeah, we're waiting for that next one. Oh, sorry. I mean, I know you want to go for it, so go for it. I was actually just a little bit excited, but I'll give you this one, Nikki. Go for it.
Okay, so for the ranks 1 to 10, we have J Masters all the way down to the 10th spot. Climbing actually, Terror Team with 13 points at 9th spot. 4 Valiant Man at 8th spot here with 14 points. 7th, we have Elite ID. 6th rank, we have 4 Us. And 5th placers, we have Born to Win BTW Esports. At 4th, we have Bitter Team. Finally, at our top 3 spots, we have Tyrant. Falling short with 26 points, moving below at rank 3. We have IsFake here steadily at rank 2, and Air Team taking over with 39 points. That's really huge difference between the 3rd and the 1st rankings. 39 points and 33 points, a matter of 6 points for IsFake. But let me just go back to what Azarai said with consistency. IsFake is showing us consistency, and now I would like to change my Nostra to IsFake because they're really consistent with their discipline and with their strategy, not just barging in, but being really careful with every clash that they are committing.
I'll double down. Actually, I'll triple down on Tyrant still. I feel like Tyrant, they're struggling, yes, but you do see glimpses of brilliance whenever they try to go for these firefights. It seems like they really are they're cut from a different cloth. They just need to be able to sew that into a bit more of controlled aggression. I think that's one of the issues that I think some of these teams do take, is that they kind of overextend the fights, and in the end, it's them that just take the loss and lose more points. Now, Tyrant still has I think it's still a sizable position in the ranks that we have, or in the placements that we have right now. They're ranked 3, and it's not a big point differential from Aeroid as well as IsFake. So it's a little bit spitting distance, but we'll see how Tyrant goes with that. I do like how you mentioned that IsFake, another team that comes from Vietnam, very controlled compared to their other brethren, which is Tyrant. And you really do see the strategies that they do have been employing. It's not only one or the other, it's actually both, and they do it exceedingly well. Aeroid just came out of nowhere from being a middle of the pack type of team to swinging straight into first place. So again, even if you do lose like the first game, you don't have a good standing or whatnot, as long as you can get a bit of points, if you can find another W in some of the other rounds that we will still be playing, you have the ability to what Aeroid just did. And it seems like we are looking at a similar experience from what we saw yesterday. But of course, there's still 4 more rounds to go in, all of them being Gili Island. And again, we can just wait before the lobby, or as the lobby starts, before we look at what happens in the 3rd round.
Yes, and now we're approaching almost concluding our first half of our matches for today. But never forget that we still have a lot of giveaways to the viewers. So don't forget to share the stream and keep on supporting your favorite teams, especially those at below rank 12. So they can still climb up to the ladders. All they need is your support and of course a little bit of discipline, a match of luck with the circle placements, and hopefully they'll be able to climb up to the ladders. And like what you said, controlled aggression. Yeah. Tara, they have the aggressiveness, they have the drive, and they're very, very confident and bold to initiate every clashes and matchups. But yeah, they need some control in committing with team fights. And they also, I also observed that they do not leave one member for assurance. They just battle it all or nothing, four or none. They always move as a unit, so that's kind of different and a refreshing strategy for today's matchup and even yesterday. Because I haven't really seen a team really pushing as a unit. They tend to like leave one as an assurance for the placement points.
Yeah, they do. And it's kind of created a weird tendency where teams would overextend. But again, because I feel like RoS is very much a numbers game. Yeah, you could be incredibly good with how you position around your rotations and stuff, how you do with the fights, but you always need that extra person or extra man advantage when you're going for these fights. And I think Isfake is able to do that beautifully, I think, when they try to go for these particular duels. But moving forward, there's still a lot of teams that will be looking to try to get into that upper echelon. And okay, I also wanted to point us out, Nikki, that round one, we had, how many was it? Like 5-6 teams that were 0 points. Now we have about just 3 teams at 0 points, but about 5 or 6 are just like 1 point apiece. When there's Aeroid that is like a 33, 39, they gotta step up because we're slowly creeping to the final 4 rounds here. And that is a very big blow if you're still at the bottom of the barrel once we kind of finish this next round.
Yes, and speaking of rounds, we still have 4 matches to be played for today. We're moving towards our match number 3 at Gili Island still. For the match 1, Isfake will take that win, and for the match 2, we have Aeroid team getting that win. And now the question is, who will take match number 3? Will it be someone from Isfake or Aeroid team, or will it be someone from our teams that are very much aspiring to be the last one standing on our BR, on our Battle Royale map, Gili Island, here at the VN and CW or WC Wildcard finals for today. Of course, everyone wants a piece of that top 12 spot. So let's not keep the viewers waiting. We will be giving you guys the match number 3. Welcome to Gili Island. We are her shoutcasters, Asarai and Miniki. And the trajectory of our plane is coming from the right side towards to the left. It's a complete somehow split from northern to southern region of Gili Island. Let's begin.
Let us begin indeed. 3rd round of the day. And again, guys, don't forget, you can actually, as our viewers, you can win some hefty prizes. Okay, codes will be shown at the bottom left of the screen. All you got to do is put that into the game. And then we have another giveaway that you can answer, or you can win by answering in the FB live chat, which is what you're watching right now. Again, you can get those nice, hefty little bit amount of prizes, a couple of melee weapons, a couple of rifles here and there. And it's you alongside the players that can also get some hefty or really good prizes. In any case, looking at the map itself, nice little split once again, and a couple of teams, a couple of squads very near each other, especially down below on Wheat Town, as well as somewhere western near Mass Out Factory and Thermal Power. There's going to be a bit of a struggle between these guys, and that's something similar from what we saw. So it's going to be a southeastern circle here. That's going to force a lot of quick rotations, I think, from some of these teams that want to get better positioning in the center of the map.
And now we're watching the aerial view between BTW and the Bloods. BTW is a prominent name, but someone from them will go down. Ball will get that kill. So Ball used the fly swatter to kill someone from BTW. He hasn't even looted yet. We haven't even started yet. We're not yet even like 5 minutes in this game. So I think Ball from Bloods would be in a pinch here, having to combat two players from BTW and Midnight probably for the rescue if ever. Berserker and Midnight trying, I think, is gonna flank in. So let's see what's gonna happen here between BTW and Bloods. They are both of these teams. They don't have much arsenal, much things going on right now, but Ball probably will go down there using the M1887 and followed by Midnight. So that is a nice clean shot coming from Berserker's team. BTW 2 kills, 2 points on to their belts right now. It's an early elimination coming from Born to Win. So I think this will give them the momentum that they need for the rest of for this matchup. They are known to be aggressive team. Born to Win is an aggressive team. They were known to be having good strategies, so I would like to see them on top 5.
I would probably also want to see that, but there is just so much confusion, so much action happening at the start that when the dust settles, when we kind of simmer down a little bit, they might not even be possibly alive. Born to Win has dealt with some of the members of Bloods. I'm not sure if it was a squad wipe. I wasn't able to catch that properly, but either way, they get themselves a few kills in the bag. And quite earlier on, we're down to like sub 60. This is before even the 3-minute mark, and this is looking again a full contestation of some specific parts of the Gili Island. Nobody is like willing to improvise. Everybody just wants to drop somewhere, even if there's like squad right beside them. It has left with like this. Corruptors is out for Born to Win, and more cases than not, Nikki, I think we've seen teams actually lose because they're not the full 4. It's such a big factor if you have the full squad alive when the circle gets incredibly small and when the numbers have dwindled down to like single digits.
Exactly. And like what you're telling me, 59 early on our game number 3. So this is a bit, again, every match is so different from the other. And I think it only goes to show how the teams are adjusting. And as per the map, how the teams are scattered, I think there is no one who went for the chemical depot once again. But unfortunately, there are teams that are trying to go in a specific drop off all at once. So it's gonna be just a matter of time before someone from each of those teams would go down. But Bobo from Bloods will go down. On the other hand, Mitgun would go down as well. So this is a skirmish between Bloods and is fake, unfortunately enough to be battling our rank 2. So that's not gonna look good for Bloods team there to be eliminated super early in our game.
But of course, if you're an Isfake fan, well, kudos, because they got themselves a bit of a start here. None of their vehicles were exploded, so they still have plenty of utility to try to work their magic around the particular map. And Isfake has been a team that I don't think is explosive with how they do firefights, but they know how to move around it well enough that they still win without taking that substantial amount of damage. And I think that's a very big thing in a battle royale where I think being punished by another squad is very, very frequent. So you got to give it to Isfake to kind of finding that very finely tuned formula that allows them to make this possible. In any case, they're going to be going for that transition. Four Valiant men, they are quite a valiant team, and they were able to survive for such a long time. But we'll see how that can fare. Speaking of an affair, there is going to be a bit of a chase sequence happening somewhere on the map here. Nice little flank spot from Cripper. We'll see if he can deal the damage. He is so open in this territory. Spread it out, spray it down. We'll see. He's spotting a couple of shots. He is missing. He is whiffing, but he is almost able to connect. Nobody's looking in his general direction. Like, nobody from J Master is even batting an eyelash towards Cripper, and he is in the perfect position to pinch, play, and prod at the remaining members of this Filipino team. And that should be it. One more standing, and I don't think J Master is going to be able to rise above in this situation. One more step to show it to us already. He's jumping, hoping, chasing the opportunity to maybe get this, but like I mentioned, too many to deal. Cripper, perfect bait and switch by the rest of his team, and Uplay, successful takedown of J Master.
Yes, and that is, I think that's a battle at Squirrel Depot, whereas there's a lot of cottages and haystacks. And that is a nice kill coming from this team, giving their team 3 points. But on the other hand, I'm seeing people from Isfake and for us having a skirmish, but yeah, Shosho will go down. So another kill coming from Isfake. So they are the team that doesn't really engage, but if they are forced to, they will definitely commit to it and do it in a wise manner. Like, they split into 1-3 split here, and now pushing in, we have Jerry, Demgok here trying to flank at the left side against Danso and Sadistic, throwing in the nades there. Jerry with the vehicle, switching to the PP19, going above there, and Sadistic will go down. This is a three-man push, and then finally they will get the kill. So they're very, very careful. They don't really rush in immediately, like rush in all the way. But now we're watching HyperX for 5-man with the sniper rifle here, trying to get a piece from company.
Oh, they are gonna try to take a piece here, but he does have a sniper. He does have that AWM, so I'm wondering if he can pop a couple of shots. Oh, Yonker. Yonker's always that person that
Yes.
it's just, it feels like he's just the unluckiest player of 4 Valiant Men. Always out in the open and always the one to take the brunt of the bullets. But you know what? He's a bro. He's going to be the tank of the team. It's going to be fine. But I think HyperX, all he can really hope for right now is maybe a straggle kill. But at least the damage isn't deadly outside of the zone, outside of the circle, because you can see he's just down to a couple of bandages, and that's not really healthy for him, or that's not really going to keep him alive for a long time, especially when we're still pretty damn early into the game. Speaking of damn early, though, even if as I say that, there is a substantially lesser amount of teams now, I think, compared to the 2 rounds that we just had. And this is, I think, all accustomed to the zone kind of forcing everybody to rotate all across. And in that transition, teams are getting wiped one after the other. So now the question is, how can these teams keep safe when they transition and they get caught unawares, like just like this? And HyperX, he's playing Swole Sport right now. He's been spotted, and now 4 Valiant Men have to deal with this if they want to be able to get into that safe zone. But HyperX holding his own, holding his angle, but he has to be aware that his opponents are coming in from every single corner. If he tries to go out in the open, he's going to get bamboozled, and this is just terrible. Look at that positioning, and that was just beautiful. They had Moku hiding on the hills to flank him, so all HyperX really had to do, or all HyperX could do, was stay on the wall, and Brush was just there to punish him from the other side. It was a pinch, bait and switch play, and it worked perfectly for 4 Valiant Men. They're still outside of the zone, but now the immediate threat has been dealt with.
Yes, and I like how they dealt the immediate threat by splitting, and not really like rushing all at once, but actually splitting at all the direction and area. And they actually predicted he's gonna jump. So once he jumped, they actually just sniped him. And another kill for BTW here. So BTW is just a 3-man team now, but all I can say for this round is that T-Cons and his team Tyrant is playing really quietly for this round. I think they want to preserve their spot in our rankings, and it's a different play for T-Cons team here. Not really seeing them to be flashy and go on ham with other players, clashing on other players, preying on those that are not yet well looted. That's how they play this game. So they're actually playing it quietly, so it's very, very different from their playstyle. And DSI Lubo and his team, I want to see more of them as well, because Lubo has been a veteran player. He's very much experienced in RoS top clans. So hopefully he'll be able to bring his team, probably the new bloods from his team, to a higher rank. So DSI.
Isdom, the other is, hasn't really found that success that I think their sister team or brother team was able to really accomplish. Yeah, maybe this is the time for them to make that happen. Now, Aeroid, the pack, or the leader of the packs, the Apex Predators, are somewhere near, maybe even stalking Born to Win. But Berserker, he's already spotted out Hunter here, and Hunter just a bit of a pop shot away from being just being sprayed down by Berserker. But oh yeah, he hears it. That should be a vehicle from Baby Yacht. I don't think that is just him walking around. And it seems like, yep, I was wondering where the rest of the Aeroid team was, but now they've kind of shown themselves, and the forward siege is here. Hunter is just keeping an eye on this cliffside compound that his team will be sieging quite soon. And I do really like this, because this is inside the safe zone. So if they can actually take down Born to Win, this is again something that Aeroid has been doing quite a bit, that I think Tyrant, vice versa, was not able to do. The big fight is going to be ensuing, but Born to Win, straight to the action, actually wants to fight them before that happens. Berserker coming in from the wraparound, but will get knocked out quite immediately. Miko hopping in to give some support for his comrade, does get some solid from behind the wall, but it's only going to be a bit of a breath of fresh air. Cyberpunk comes in as well, but at the end of the day, this is just a bit too wild for Born to, again, and Aeroid is going to be the victors of that one. That was awkward, because they just went to fight. Born to Win just went to fight, and it backfired hard on their faces.
Yeah, it goes to show that Aeroid really is a team to look out for, and they actually won our second match. So Aeroid really proving themselves here that they can flank, they can initiate fights, and they can actually win it fair and square. Now we're looking towards Lucas' team that I've said that they are playing it quietly, but I think they're rushing into this house, going against someone from a bitter team. So I think they're gonna use a vehicle now, probably rushing towards a bitter team. Let's see what's gonna happen. Probably looting first before going in. This is gonna be 3-man battle against a 4 squad, complete squad here. So let's see if Lucas team T-Cons, can they still win a clash despite the numbers, despite them having just 3 members. And I think they're just looting the essential items before they rush in, because that's just how they play. They are rushers. They don't leave their comrades behind. They don't have someone to cover for them. They just go in, go ham, go bamboozle, and let's see if they can do that against team bitter team rather. So there are still teams that are outside that is gonna be Terror team, and from Mascot Factory, that's 4 Valiant Men still playing for the placement points and looting before they go inside the circle. And for bitter team here, they know that there is someone at that blue house, and they're just waiting for them to go in. They're not initiating it. They're playing it safely, and they're very, very cautious. They are inside the circle though. Both of these teams are inside the circle. So I think it's just a matter of time before they clash or initiate team fights. And I think, but T-Cons is on the impatient side. T-Cons is very impatient, so I don't think we're gonna wait for too long before a clash for these 2 teams to happen.
Yeah, if we're impatient, these are the perfect teams to watch right now for immediate firefights. They just love to be in the chaos of it all, even if sometimes it blows up in their face. It do be like that from time to time. Now, T-Cons, yeah, he just says, I'm just gonna try to take down that vehicle already. It's not really something that's gonna be usable for us. Might as well just explode it. I don't want it to be something that our opponents can use against us. And Tyrant hasn't really moved that far forward. Now I think they've kind of slowed the pace down, and they've kind of
learned.
Exactly, they've learned from their mistakes. They're a bit of a haphazard team here, and well, throwing caution to the wind, not really the best of strategies for the most part, but now just trying to take away a couple of vehicles from the hands of their counterparts here. And T-Cons, he's looking for something, but I don't think he'll find anything in terms of something to rotate outside of the compound. I'm not even sure if there is actually inside the safe zone, but they are. So they'll be safe for just a bit here. And I thought they were out of four-wheeled vehicles, but I stand corrected. They actually still have 2 4x4s, and this is perfect for the transition of Tyrant moving forward.
Yes, and I remember Top Class 2019, T-Cons just clutched 4-man team. He was under an exploded vehicle and just clutched those teams. So yeah, maybe I'm really expecting a lot from T-Cons and Lucas here. And now we are seeing our map. There are a lot of teams that are still outside, and surprisingly enough, we still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams left. 24 players in our match number 3 here at Lily Island. Trying to get a piece of that vehicle, trying to explode it so that the bitter team won't be able to go anywhere else, taking away their mobility. But we have here the healing materials being distributed to Crying, probably their insurance player, with all of those healing aids. Bad boy, he's trying to pop some shots. It's not connecting. Bitter team has a really good cover here with the trees and stuff. So yeah, we can also wait for other teams to probably go here in this particular area because it is inside the circle. But on the other hand, Aroid will be moving into the circle, probably rushing Xenia here, throwing in the nades there. Xenia, it's not looking good as Aroid will be pushing and flanking, parkouring to the second floor. Tybot outside joining in the battle as well. Hunter and the rest of Aroid here trying to get a piece of Xenia. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Babybot trying to wait for Xenia, and they will get that kill, probably now looting the remains of Xenia.
Xenia, I like the hustle. He jumped out towards the second floor to try to catch them, but Tybot was too smart. He was aware of the positioning of Xenia. He was aware that there could be that little parkour maneuver, and he just shut it down, giving his team a clean dub in that 4v1. Because again, Xenia, even though he's won, he was throwing out a lot of grenades as well that could have been quite detrimental for Aroid if they just charged in haphazardly into this particular compound. And well, it's going to work out in the end for Aroid. Still looking quite deadly. I actually want to see the other players from Aroid because I haven't checked if they had multiple kills. This could really help them out. And now they are right across Isdom. One of the sister teams of Isfake that has yet to really pop off. And Kobe here, well, he's going to be the first on the contact as Baby Bot is looking in his general direction, just trying to snipe through the window.
Yeah, Isdom. I remember Bika and Lubu, they are really prominent members of Isdom, so hopefully they'll be able to step up on this game onwards for their team, because they're not really sitting at a really good spot on our rankings, but I think they're included in the top 12. So we're watching it right here, Baby Boy. They're still complete team. They have 4 kills onto their belts, 23 players left, and the circle is quite still big for all of them. So I think, but apparently the circle already closed in, and they need to go inside if they want to go and retain their top one spot on our rankings, but it's not gonna be easy as Isdom is trying to gatekeep this particular area and keeping an eye on Arid team here. So
They're
I
just
think
keeping an eye.
they're just waiting for, I don't know. It's really hard for them to go out and about right now because Isdom is still there in that particular area, and maybe they can yeah, keeping an eye on them.
Well, Kobe also trying to look right behind. We can see, at least on our overview, that is another team that is on another compound. So we have another trifecta, another Bermuda Triangle with 4 Valiant Men somewhere across the street from Isdom. Actually, Isdom is in the worst possible spot because they're basically sandwiched from 2 different squads, right from one across the street and one from right across the fields, which is Aeroid. This is the worst possible moment for them, but maybe it could be a bit of a retaliation because Aeroid is getting hunted down by somebody. I'm not sure who's actually popping a couple of shots. Could be actually Elite as well as Terror that's making it the life of living hell for Aeroid here. And this is perfect because if Aeroid gets knocked off early, this gives a bit of a boost for those who are trying to topple them off from that number 1 spot. Regardless, though, we are in very, very close proximity to each other. This is the point where you're having a sleepover with your friends and, you know, you're all sleeping and they're just kicking and moving as they slumber and you're getting hit. This is kind of the same thing. It's a bit constricting, Nikki. And one false step and you fall down to your death.
Yes, and speaking about death, everybody wants to kill everybody because that is a kill point. And we're watching Team 6 here. There are team just going around the circle, heading towards Team 16, which is Elite ID. I think the circle is quite congested, especially at the heart of Wheat Town here. And there are still teams that are outside. So I think everyone that is inside the circle, it's just a matter of time before they engage with one another. And Cowboy, half of his health here going inside. Kobe, on the other hand, is riding his vehicle, probably waiting for the right time for him to go inside the circle as well. Maybe waiting for Moku's team and Elite ID to clash. So we have a lot of options here, but Elsa will go down. He has been taken away by Lowly from Terror at the right side flap. So everyone's just vulnerable. All of the sides, all of the areas, there are enemies on all of the areas, open areas, and all of the sides of this particular circle. So it's just anybody's game, and it's actually a waiting game as well. Because if you are impatient enough to go out and about, then you're gonna be doomed because there's a lot of enemies waiting to prey on you. So Height from Isdom here just jumping and trying to get intel and info from the teams that are already inside the circle.
They are just a breath away from each other. And yeah, you were mentioning it. It is so difficult to find any form of footing here, but you have to try to create your own, you know, try to look through the timings, try to look through the positionings, and that's what Terror is trying to do. From the trenches, they try to charge right back up, but Eclipse has the perfect vantage point to just go in and wreak havoc from up above, drops right in to ensure that he can just wipe out the rest of the Terror squad, and that should be it for Terror. Elite coming out of that one victorious as can be, and oh no, more fighting ensues. Tyrant 3v1 inside the compound up against 4 Valiant Men, and that is not gonna happen at all. Elite, knowing that there is another person just poisoning the positioning of 4VM here, is trying to get the most out of that situation. Is them just looking at the carnage that is happening right across the hill, and he's gonna be at least giving that bit of information to the rest of his team. Kobe now inside the vehicle will maybe trying to look for the forward charge or just reposition. Either way, they are pretty much safe. We're sub 20 in terms of the players here, and there is just a finite amount of positionings as we are out into the fields. Maybe a couple of walls or houses that somebody can tuck in themselves inside, but not really that much anymore as the zone is closing slowly but surely. Now, Isdom is on that forward rotate, but they're still getting shot by Elite, who is just here on the compound, holding, hoping that maybe they can find themselves some kills before they transition out, because even if they are safe for the moment, their positioning, they'll have to get flushed out here. Kobe, oh no, prayer, a hope, bit of a dream. His vehicle is on fire, but he's going to be fine. And Elite, there we go, there's the shutdown, and this is the opportunity. Kobe, oh my God, how is he still healthy? How is he still surviving? And how is he able to throw the nades? This is perfect for Isdom to finally strike back against their oppressors.
Yes, this is the perfect time for them, but Kobe will go down through the hands of Elite Eclipse there, and I think this is the moment for Elite Eclipse to revive his members. On the other hand, Lubo here trying to get a shot, not so clean, it's not connecting, but Kobe will go down. Definitely gonna go down there. So it's just 2-1 and Lubo for Isdom, and they are outside the circle. Circle's really small here, and 2-1 on the other hand will go down as well. It would be really hard for Lubo to revive 2-1 there. It's gonna be Elite Eclipse here from Elite ID to be killing 2-1 there. 5 players left. I think it's just Elite ID, Isdom, and probably 3 more players outside of our safe zone. And yes, someone from Aroid, and that's gonna be Hunter, leaving our game. So 4 players left. This is the moment that we're waiting for. 1v1. Elite ID versus Isdom. No, that's 2v1 rather. Lubo out in the open, running for his life. 2v1. Numbers game. They're very dominant here. They will get that clean shot. And finally, Lubo will go down. So we're just waiting for 1 more player outside the circle to bid farewell, and we're finally about to conclude our game number 3, and Elite ID will take this game. So another team, a different team to be taking our game for today. So it's actually kind of balanced to be Time crying. So we saw a while ago that crying carried all the healing aids that he can. So I think he's playing it, the healing strategy.
That is so close. Crying is gasping for any bit of heal here. How many heals did he actually have? Because, well, Elite, they got, again, the advantage of being inside a safe zone, as well as probably looting their opponents from a while ago. And Crying, he has 10. Okay, so he's fine. Oh, no! Wait. Oh, okay, he healed. Heal again. Oh, this is so close. He is just twirling his arms around. The damage from this zone is ridiculous. It's ludicrous. But he's holding on. He's holding his own, and he's slowly creeping up as well, maybe hoping that he can find anything to keep himself alive, or maybe even the victory. But I think we're looking at history, it's not really going to be possible. Yeah, this should be it. I feel... No. Oh, he is surviving. Okay.
How many more?
Wait.
5?
Let's wait.
Is it 5?
Yeah, about 5. I think he's picking up a lot of heals right now, but Elite should know generally where he is, because I think he was making a lot of noise as well as plays behind this particular house.
3 more to go. But at least they used that strategy. They weren't that aggressive now, so they learned from their mistakes during the first 2 rounds, placing second on our game number 3 and having 7 kills. So that's not really bad. That's really good. Trying to kill someone from Elite here. Still trying to fight for his life, but Crying finally bid farewell, and that is it. Elite ID will get our third match for this for our VN and Wildcard finals. This is game number 3. Elite ID will take that.
Congratulations to Elite ID, a team that I didn't really expect to get the victory, but nonetheless have found themselves a hefty route that allowed them to get the victory, or the W, the win, however you want to pronounce it, quite well. And Tyrant, on the other hand, they've kind of thread the needle too, as they crept up to 2nd place. Again, we saw them before, it was only just Crying, full 4. and then in just the blink of an eye, they vanished out in the open. I'm not sure how that kind of transpired, but is fake on the other hand as well. Quite unlucky. There was a lot of, I think, situations, especially on the final circles, where there was literally no spot for you to take if you do not charge your compound that has a squad already in it. In any case, that does conclude the third round. We have 3 more remaining, 50% done, 50% underway. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat. It's no sweat, it's no sweat.
Welcome back, guys. I'm not sure anymore what to think about what's happening for today because everything is just going topsy-turvy. There is just nothing set in stone here at the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Stage for Vietnam and Wildcard Finals. My name is Asarai, and of course with me is Nikki. Nikki, what do you think about that last game? It seems like it should have been going one team's way, and then we just see them later on left with like just one person. It is phenomenally weird to me now that is like just what's happening with the teams that seems to be on the better scale.
Yes, Asarai, same thoughts here. Every game, every matchup is different from the other, and these teams, 17 teams from Vietnam and Wildcard, they're actually giving us amazing matches and intense battles for every matches. But for now, we are seeing here and giving to you guys our ranks from 11 to 20th. Now, there's a different team sitting on to 17 until the 11th. We are now looking at Empire Legend with 6 points, Bloods with 6, Stellaric Legends climbing onto the 15th spot with 8 points, 5-Man Esports with 9, God4X86 13 points, J Master Esports climbing onto the 12th spot, and here is our rankings from 1 until the 1st until the 10th place. Arid team with 53 points. That's quite hefty amount of points to catch up with, but Tyrant sitting at the 2nd place out, but only 1 point behind we have is Fake team, and on the 4th place we have Elite ID. So even though they won our 3rd match, they climbed onto the 4th rank, so it's still better than nothing. Bitter team with 35 points sitting at 5th place. We have Valiant Men at 6th, BTW at 7th, Isdom at 8th, finally for us at 9th, and 3rd team at 10. So Isdom was sitting really below our rankings during the 1st and 2nd matches, but now they skyrocketed at 8th, sweet spot here at 8th rank. And yeah, this is the sister team of Is Fake. They're really stepping it up. Lubo, Vika, and the rest of Isdom.
You know what kind of surprises me is that Tyrant is still at 2nd place. I know, these are my boys. I'm calling them as my team to probably win or at least be in the top 5, top 3 of our tournament for today. But you saw how there was a very contrasting set of points, where in the first map or in the first round there were like 20-ish. On the second, there were like 3 points because they got knocked out so early. And here it's 19. Even if Isco was one of the teams that supposedly should overtake them, they actually are able to still stand tall at 2nd place. And it is, I think, just an eye-opener to how hot and cold Tyrant is. But when they're hot, they're really, really hot. And they take everything. I mean, yeah, they're still 2nd place, but they are at spitting distance of who is at the 1st place, which is Aeroid.
Yes, Azura. And now we're looking at our matches. We're done with our first half of our matches for today. Is Fake taking our first match, Air Team taking the 2nd match, and Elite ID just previously concluded match. They got it. Now we're moving towards our 4th game for today, and our trajectories from Chemical Depot going towards probably Research Edifice. So let's see what's gonna be our dispersion of our teams here on our map at Giddy Island, and let's see if Tyrant Esports will be hot and cold once again, or will they be like Is Fake, having the composure and consistency, or will it Aeroid Esports garnering a lot of kill points and placement points for their team? We have a lot of questions to be answered on our game number 4, so let's just see and find out. Let's go.
Let us begin. Again, quite a bit of a spread here. I want to see how much adjustment these teams will do now, because it's a 3rd round and we still have 3 teams that are at 0 points. That is quite alarming for those who want to at least have a shot to get into the top 12. Because again, top 12 will be the only ones getting into the next stage, the next step. I mean, yeah, it's important to get into the top 5, but top 12 is your bare minimum. And some of these teams haven't even touched grass as to where they probably would want to. Looking quickly into it, oh, Nikki, oh, Lordy, we are still looking at teams that are dropping right beside each other. 10, 7, and 1 out up on top of Wheattown. This is going to be a quick, painful bloodbath between 3 squads.
That is Tyrant team. They will be going against Team 10, which is Bloods and probably Stellaric. So let's see. Oh, they dodged it. They evaded Team 10 and 7, but to be going out of their way, this is not their usual drop-off. So this is quite Tyrant Esports being hot once again, probably. But now our aerial view shows us Bloods against Mong. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Shotgun. Mong has a shotgun, okay, and Bloods has an AR. Let's see what's gonna happen. How are they gonna take Mong here? It's better if Bobo will be able to help out, but apparently Mongte will get that kill using the QBZ rather. So Bloods here with the Vector. Okay, so 1v1 throwing in some shots. It's still connecting. What is happening here? They're the ones being aggressive, but it retaliated back at them.
It really has kind of blown up in their face, hasn't it? This is the problem again with dropping across a different squad. It's just you never know what you're going to uncover. It's like opening a can of all flavored jelly beans. And I've never tried it, but I've heard it's quite disgusting. And it seems like that is a disgusting turnaround as well for, again, squad across squad battling this early on, because you never know what you're going to get in terms of your loadout. And that is a terrible thing. What if you actually don't even have a weapon or a decent weapon that you're comfortable with? It is just such a difficult time to try to overcome. And the other option that you will probably be looking at is either quickly dealing with the opposing team right across or finding a vehicle and just looking for a different compound to loot that's safer altogether. But seems like a lot of these players right now that we're looking at is looking for the latter or the former because they want to get the points, they want to get the kills, they want to get that placement, but it is blowing up in their faces. Gendra, he took the risk, he took the bait, but well, he was just devoured by the rest of Terror. God for another player coming up to the other side, Baronin. Well, he's kind of going with the sandwich. I think this is might be looking good for God4 because the sandwich is working. Quick little bit of a peek out, and Danny has all what he needs to just wipe out the rest of Terra. Inku is just one breath away from dying, and God4, yeah, they lost one, but they are keeping Terra clean, and if they can wipe out this entire squad, that is 3 points at the start. But where did he get knocked out?
I think it's a deployable someone threw in firecrackers. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, it blew up in front of him into his face, and he's now done for. And I think God4 X86 has been eliminated in our game number 4. 52 players left, and now we're watching Buronan, the last of God4 X86. But Cowboy and the rest of Terror flanking, pushing in. They they have the numbers, they have their SMGs and their shotguns here. It's a 3-man squad going against Buronan, but still being really wary and careful, not really just barging in. Buronan here just guarding the stairs with like 80% of his life, but this is the aerial view again for a different team, and that is RoS Danzo against Baby Girl here at the canals, trying to relocate somehow, but Shosho on the right side flanking, so they can really actually just converge here at the canals because they are 3 against 1, but they're still circling out and about, just being very, very careful and cautious, not really committing any mistake, because RoS is sitting at the top 12 place. They are already included at the top 12, so they don't want to commit any mistakes. Baby Girl here trying to just surveillance the area. She doesn't have the numbers. He doesn't have the numbers, and Shosho just ran off. Baby, you don't know that Baby Girl is here in this particular area, but the red zone is in their location.
Well, at least for now, they're going to look for some bit of cover. And props to the observers, we are seeing a lot and I mean a lot of firefights with multiple teams, okay? Isdom is now on the forward push. They found J Masters, who, again, one of the few bastions of hope for the Philippine fans out there, at least specifically, excuse me, for this day. But it's only a pipe dream because it's not going to last for long. It's the wipeout already, and Isdom has found their first squad victim. A bit unfortunate, but J Masters just did not know how to deal with that. And once again, we go back to the fact, Nikki, that it's all about teams dropping beside each other. I don't know why teams would try to go for this. It is just not viable. You just don't have, if you're not comfortable fighting with weapons that you're basically don't want to have, or items that you might not be able to pick up, it's just not that good of a risk, especially when you're out and about with getting knocked out with 0 point. It's just not that good of a risk.
Yes, and considering that this is already game number 4, we're about to go near the end of our matches for today, and everyone's just recklessly dropping at the sides of another team, being really bold and taking the risk of them being eliminated, or taking the risk of them eliminating the other team. But apparently it is the downside of what they did plan for game number 4. But now Born to Win really did well during our previous match, so hopefully they'll be able to have the momentum for game number 4 here. They still don't have, I think they still don't have any kills for now, but they're sitting here in this particular area, double twin houses, and this is quite safe for them because they have all the open areas here. They can surveillance all of those areas, and I think they're also inside the circle, so I think they're just gonna wait and come for this particular area for now. 45 players left. It's quite an amount of players, and the circle's still big. But for Ticon's team, they went towards the Squirrel Depot and headed towards RoS Bay. No one has been dropping RoS Bay, and there's a lot of loots at RoS Bay. Really good loots like helmets and vests and bags and ARs and shotguns, and I think that is a really wise move coming from Ticos and his team. They don't need to catch up really much for the kills, so maybe looting up a lot of healing materials and staying outside of the circle will win them some matches or points. But Darkness here with the P90 trying to flank in. Baby girl will be gone for. She doesn't even have a helmet. So Darkness will get that kill, giving their team 4 points.
That was beautiful from Darkness there. Well, that's going to keep for us alive for a bit longer here. And technically, they are still quite good. They have a lot of vehicles. They just need to find a bit more heals. But the action will never stop, as Isdom has been spotted by Aeroid. Isdom was the team that had a squad wipe just a few moments earlier, but Aeroid has stepped up to the plate, and they're already challenging these charlatans. You think you're going to be the ones to get the dub? No, it's going to be us. We are the ones. We are the top dogs of this team, and okay, those were smoke grenades. I thought that was Molotovs that he was throwing towards his own teammate, but it's fine. Aeroid still survives. They wipe out the rest of Isdom. Quite unfortunate, but this full 4, these headhunters are going to be leading the charge once again with a full squad wipe and every bit of kill. I think now we can see how big or how important kills are for these players. They always just pull the punches and pull the trigger every single chance that they can get.
Yes, and their team 17 here, sitting at Observatory, southern east of Observatory. They are the team that is at our top spot, ranked number 1, their team. They were able to eliminate Isdom. And looking at Isfake is at the heart of the circle right now. Not maybe a strategic move for them, really wise move for them, but kind of vulnerable, as all teams are gonna go after them because it's at the middle. But we're seeing Team 16 converging and trying to go inside of our circle towards the northern part of it. As for Ticos and his team, they're done looting RoS Bay and now splitting up to safe store here. moving towards safe store and probably going inside the circle later on. And Team 6 here is Terror Team. So I think they won't be able to loot any at Rest Bay because Ticons has already looted that particular area. Now Team 14 moving into the circle as well. So everyone is converging now into the circle aside from Terror and Tyrant. Yes. Bitter Team. We haven't really seen much from Bitter Team aside from the fact that they always drop at Bitter Lake. And we're now watching Bitter Lake. They don't have any kills for now. And let's move on to our rank number 1, Aeroid, Team Tybot with 4 kills. So this is really looking good for them. They really have a really huge advantage with the placements from games number 1 until the 3rd game. So let's see if they can continue their consistency and their discipline for game number 4.
Well, their consistency as well as their ability to just win fights straight up has allowed them to be quite the team to try to beat, to be honest. Now they're just holding a bit of a compound here, waiting for the next circle to appear. And once again, guys, while we are just watching right now, you do see the gift code at the bottom left of your screens. Maybe if you're watching on your phones and you're holding it with your thumbs, it might be covering. You know, your fingers might be covering the gift code. I know it's happened before. So just reminding you guys to take off that thumb, check it out, and input the codes at the website, which is RoSofSurvivalGame.com/gift grab. Yeah, that is the website that you need, the URL that you need to go to claim the code. Again, RoSofSurvivalGame.com/gift grab in order for you to get some nice little goodies. That going back quickly into this one, Born to Win, a team that I think is just one shy away, like one action away from being great. They're good, but they're just good right now. They need to be great to be able to overcome all the obstacles. And maybe since we are this few of squads here, this could be their chance to get finally into the top 3, which is probably what everybody is looking at. That is just perfect for Valiant Men here, just smack dab in the middle near trading base inside that zone. And everybody's going to have to go around or into that. And they had the perfect position. Alongside them is also Bitter that you have mentioned. Haven't really seen them too much, but seems like they've just held their ground the whole round at Bitter Lake, which is quite interesting. But we'll see if that actually pays any dividends for them moving forward.
And moving forward, we have here, I've seen there that Ticons and his team is almost near Forest, and Shosho will go down in the process. Danzo here trying to hold their ground here in the blue house. 3-story building. Ooh, taking in damage, probably 20 or 10% of his life there. And they're about to rush probably against Ticons and his team. Shosho is down. It's just Danzo. Darkness here left alone. But nice hitter gun there coming from Darkness. But Lucas is on the roll here, crying as well as Lucas. And the rest of Tyrant will get that kill. On the other hand, yeah, Darkness will go down. And finally, 37 players left on our map. And this is how Tyrant plays for now. And it's paying them really good price by playing it, starting off not really aggressive, but going and playing into the circle and finally just being forced to fight with one another and eliminating Tybot and the rest of his team. Aerod, on the other hand, here, Tybot is still alive for Aerod team. They are at the training base, so they're also playing it safely. And if ever forced to have a skirmish, they would definitely win it. That's how they are strategizing for a game. They wanna keep their rank 1 position in our rankings. So hopefully they'll be able to hold on to that rankings by placement points and kill points as well.
They can definitely hold on to their rankings. I mean, they were how many points above Tyrant? Like close to 10, I think 8 or 9. That is damn well respectable. And now that they have about 4 kills, even more so. This is looking scary for teams that are looking to play catch-up. And quick update, actually, guys. So this has come from the tournament organizers, and they have allowed us to talk about this as well. Team God 4X has been removed from the tournament due to some violations that they have done. And again, if you're a Team Gods fan, that's a little bit unfortunate. But looking at it from a grander scale here, it just means that there is basically one shift above in terms of the rankings for everybody else, as well as 4 less targets to take down and get as kill points. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a big impact on the playstyle of the teams or if that's going to hit anything in terms of mental, but I'm curious if there's going to be a bit of a change up. Speaking of which, Born to Win, again, one just push away from being a great team is starting to wipe out another squad here once again. I think that was I'm not sure which team they actually were able to wipe out because that was too quick for my eyes to kind of perceive, but they still are a full 4 here on outside of the circle, but nonetheless still pretty healthy and able to loot a full 4 that they were able to just knock out as well.
Yes, and they're quite near the circle as well. If they just head towards west side, I think they're about to go inside the circle. And I think we are now down to 34 players in our game, and Lucas and his team, Tyrant, still here and about to gank or flank Terror from X-Gate Terror, and another kill for Tikas and his team. So they're now playing it safely as compared to their games number 1 to 3. I mean 1 and 2. They were able to cope and adjust now, and yeah, still moving as a unit here. That's just how they play, and almost near the circle. And yeah, I think it's paying off. It's actually paying off for Ticons because even though their start is quite slow as compared to their previous matches, they are getting kills, and that's what's important. Kill points and placement points they are. And now we can see the distribution of medkits here. It's being distributed again. I can't seem to see the team that is distributing it, but probably they're gonna leave a teammate behind because of that kind of distribution.
They probably will. I still do hope that teams like Tyrant just push us to the full 4. I honestly feel like Tikos's playstyle would be much more benefited if they just played as that entire squad. Wait, hold up, phone. Tyrant is in the safe zone, but they're starting to move outside. I'm not sure what the mentality is there. Maybe they actually just want to be near or at the edge so that they're not going to be just driven up by random squads pushing into the center of the map. Or they might be hearing some firefights and want to join in and add a bit more kill points to their buckets. But we'll see how that kind of goes because now it is going to be Aeroid. I don't think it's a rock and a hard place for them. And they do have a nice little spread around, but they are getting corralled as well by Elite, who seems to want to be able to push this forward. But it's going to be risky. Aeroid's still a team that has full 4, and Elite has to push forward here where I think there are only 2 players remaining, as well as, yeah, Edits is quite far, and his vehicle's been exploded. He's going to have to push out in the open. If it doesn't have any smoke grenades, well, this is just going to be a straight-up takedown. He's going to try to maybe look for the low ground, but either way, he's not really in a good spot to deal with this. So it's all about his teammate who maybe be able to take down a member or 2 of Aeroid, but I'd say it's a pretty slim chance of being able to accomplish that.
Talking about chance, both of these teams, Elite, ID, and Aeroid, already had a chance at rank 1 per match. Game number 2 and game number 3. Both of these teams already had won a match. So being against one another is pretty interesting how they're gonna play it against another contender, which is really amazing as well, and knows how to play on open areas like this. But yeah, you cannot really win against 3-man flank there, and Elsa will go down through the hands of Aeroid. So I think one more member from Elite ID just run for his life so that they will have a placement point. So yeah, they just left Elsa there for probably to help his teammate to get away from that flank for from that gank. But Aeroid still complete here, adding up another point in their kill points, and we're now moving on towards is fake here and Tyrant. This teams number 2 and number, is it number 4 for is fake? They went below. So Jerry here trying to flank. Ticos is down here. Sad Boys to the rescue. Lucas here with the PP19. They try to take Jerry. Jerry cannot hold the 3-man push coming from Tyrants. And I think Lucas, what? No. It's too late for them to revive Ticon. So it's a trade-off, 1-for-1 trade-off between Tyrant and is fake.
Well, I think that was just something that Tyrant was bound to win regardless, because they had every positioning that they could ever want, right? Crying has such a beautiful vantage point here. Speaking of vantage points, though, I think, is this Aeroid? Yeah, this is Aeroid, 100%. Oh, is this the time for Tyrant to actually have their revenge up against the top 1 team right now? But I mean, even as I say that, if I mention it, Aeroid still is on the safe zone. They have so much utility. They're so healthy that I think that even if Tyrant still have this compound, it's going to be incredibly difficult for them to actually make things happen. Although Aeroid seems to actually go all the way across, not really wanting to challenge to duel this particular location, just leaving one target to keep an eye on Tyrant as they hopefully try to move out. But for the entirety of it, it should be Aeroid not really looking to force this fight. I was hoping, but it's not probably going to happen. Tyrant's Crying, as well as his other teammates, has spotted beautiful shots through the van there, and Crying's going to elevate more the kill score for Tyrant, as they're now 7 kills here, Nikki. And this is looking good. This could actually be Tyrant versus Aeroid at the end of this third, and we could probably, maybe even hope to see a 2-peat now compared to yesterday.
Still hoping for that. That's gonna be interesting and something to look forward to. But yeah, it's just still 3 of them, and I think Aerod, Babybot, I'm not sure if it's just duo of them, but he is taking shots from Tyrant, Crying, and going here, just looting maybe probably more ammos, and I'm not seeing a vehicle for them to get away, but let's move on to 4VM. But they are getting shots here from Bitter Team from up and behind, but super low on health because of the circle. Will they be able to battle the circle? This is not looking good for them as well. They don't have a kill points, and 4VM I think will push because they've already revealed their area, but still battling it out against the circle and 4VM. In the tuk-tuk here, probably pushing now or healing. Let's see what's gonna happen. Bitter Lake, use that as a cover, as a reset, trying to have a lucky shots. Grassar hiding the enemies there. We have a lot of off-cam kills there on our kill field, one after another eliminations from our players left in Gili Island, but I think his teammate is down in the... Yeah, instead of them being aggressive and getting kills, I think, oh, it's someone from Tyrant. Tyrant Crying will join the battle here with 4VM and Bitter Lake. And yeah, Brush here is out in the open.
Is quite exposed as well, but it still should be fine. Sad Boys has that definitely the tall grass to keep him safe, alive, I think. A little bit more happy here. He does have a bit of armor still on him, so he can take maybe a couple of shots, but not too many, not too many. Has to go for the 180 turnaround, and Hunter has been dealt with. What a finalizing blow from Sad Boys. He's knocked out. Maybe Crying can pick him up, but it's literally Crying going out in the open to revive a teammate. This is risky as can be, as we are just, I believe, down to about single digits or sub 20 to the players remaining. Sad Boys is slowly creeping up to Crying, but he cannot cross the street. It's camouflage things. In the tall grass, you're kind of covered. but when you go to that pavement to cross the road, you are incredibly exposed. I'm not sure if that smoke was thrown out by Tyrants, but at the end of it, Sad Boy is just really going to hope for a futile revive unless crying is suicidal, because Moku, Company, and Brush are all looking in that general direction.
And this is a good spread for VM. Now Moku and the rest of 4VM, I think they're gonna finish up Sad Boy. And Sad Boy has been revived. I think Sad Boy has been revived using the healer guns. It's gonna be 2v1. Yes, he has been revived. What a clutch play coming from Crying there. Crying, throwing in some shots. Moku, I think, are they gonna disengage because someone from Elite will join the battle? But, who's that? Brush will go down there and Crying. It's still Crying. Sad Boy will go down still. Double dead. Moku on the process will go down, but it's a revive coming from the rest of 4VM, for Valiant Man. Exploded vehicle. They're throwing in some shots. Crying. They're trying their best to take away Crying, but it's always retaliating against them. It's just Moku for him to save his team. And the healer guns are really clutch in this kind of situation wherein you really need to revive your teammate as quickly as possible. So Crying here trying to flank to the right side, low on health, and that is the end of Tyrant as they are now wiped by 4 Valiant Men. Wow, so we're just fighting for the first and second place. Okay.
Yeah, like 20 seconds ago, there was like 15 remaining, and then in the blink of an eye, it just melted down to 2. 4 Valiant Men's going to be the victors here. Tyrant right behind them. But at the end of the day, I actually thought it was going to be either Tyrant or the top ones, but it didn't happen. They were nowhere near to be found in that top 5. This is going to be interesting. And Nikki, we're starting to mix up, get a little bit more spicy into our rankings here. So we're going to go for another break. We're just going to tally all the points. We're going to compute all of that. And we are 2 rounds away from seeing who will be our top 12, our top 5, and our top 3 here at the RoS Top Clans 2021 Summer Invitationals for Vietnam and Wildcard. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, guys, to, again, the Top Clans 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Invitational for Vietnam and Wildcard Finals. My name is Asterai, and of course, once again, it's going to be Nikki with me. And we have just finished 4 rounds in total already, and lines are being drawn, teams are being dropped, and some are being consistent in being in the top 3. So we're going to look into the points in just a matter of moments. And again, guys, we'd like to welcome you and, of course, remind you that you can win a lot of prizes by just watching, tuning in, and answering the quiz on the FB Live chat.
And speaking of prizes, these teams are eyes on the prize right now as we project to you guys our rankings from 11th until the 20th. For the 11th place, we have Uplay with 19 points, J Master Esports climbing onto the 12th spot with 14 points, Stellaric Legends with 14 points, 5-Man Esports with 10 points, Bloods with 9 points, and Imperial Legends with 8 points. Unfortunately for God, for X86, they are now out in the running for our VN and Wildcards finals because of some issues. But here is our ranks 1 to 10th. We can see here that Tyrant reclaiming the first spot here with 68 points, but only 2 points short for Air Team with 66 points at rank number 2. And for Valiant Men, wow, they are now at rank number 3 and is fake at rank number 4.
Yeah, there's not a lot of distance between Isfake and 4 Valiant Men, so Isfake can definitely come back from that deficit, but it really is again, a lot of these teams just trying to vie for that top spot. Aeroid was nowhere to be found in that 4th game, anywhere near the top echelons of our placement, and it really did put a dent in the points that Tyrant needed to overcome, and Tyrant actually has a 2-point advantage. Again, it's all about the mats here, guys. Once the rounds are over, there is a bit of computation that has to go through all of that, but at the end of it, it seems like Tyrant still has a cling to being in the top spots now. They only had a bit of a setback during the 2nd round, but after that, it seems like they were consistently at the top, and whatever they're doing, whatever they've adjusted, it has been working. Now, Aeroid, they kind of messed up a little bit, but it's not over for them, and we still have 2 rounds remaining, of course, both on Gili Island.
Yes, and now previously concluded match number 4 has been owned by 4 Valiant Men, helping them to place 3rd in our overall rankings. But then again, what Aserai said, we still have 2 more games to be played for today, and we're about to reach match number 5 still at Gili Island. This is no joke. 2 more games before we conclude who will be our top 12, and finally who will be our top 5, who will be getting a hefty amount of prizes from our prize pool, which is 8,000 USD. But enough of the prizes and maths and numbers. Let's go straight here at Gili Island for game number 5 together with our teams, aspiring teams to be ranking up and having kills and placement points. So our trajectory is here from the right side of our map towards Windcliff or Rest Bay probably.
It is going to be a possibility here. Ooh, they drop to the bottom right portion. There, you can see some teams are starting to kind of claw their way and spread out a little bit more. But once again, we have teams such as Tyrant. They're going to be dropping, from the looks of it, right beside Terror, Stellaric Legend, as well as, I believe that is Empire Legend, who we haven't really seen that much. Okay, I stand corrected. So they're starting to split apart now. It seems like teams are starting to figure out it's a really bad thing if we actually drop with another squad. It's just that everybody just wants to drop as quickly as possible so that they can start looting as fast as possible. But you have to improvise. You have to find the middle ground for it, or else you're in bad spot. You're in deep doo-doo. But speaking of that deep doo-doo, Stellaric Legend right beside Elite ID, who was one of our victors here and is still looking to get more kills. And they're right beside each other. You can see that, Nikki, as well as the one near Wheat Town.
Yes, and recalling team number 1 Tyrant, they've been dropping off different drop off per round. Last round they drop off at Squirrel Depot, and now they want to own RoS Bay. So this is really different from our previous matches yesterday, whereas teams kept on dropping onto same drop-off zones every single match. So this is really a different match for today, wherein I can see that the teams are trying to cope and adjust per round, per match. So this is really interesting. But Team 14 is advancing towards Team 9, and that is Uplay and the 5-man esports. But now we're looking at Team 7, which is Stellaric Legend. Mr. Joker with 2 guns but no helmet and anything on him. Trying to scout the area, and that's gonna be for us probably in the horizon.
There seems to be a slower pace, at least for the ones that we are spectating, but they are out. And by that I mean they are out of like the outskirts of the map. They might have a few compounds here and there, but I don't think this is enough for a big chunk of loot. Yeah, Stellaric Legend, you can see here Mong is literally just on weapons. I don't think he even has armor or a helmet. This is terrible. So you need to start moving forward and trying to look for other compounds. Thankfully enough, there's a big chunky one just right in front of their transition. So this could be a good location for Stellaric Legends to start looting on. But you can see the issues now for some of these teams that are dropping near each other is that I think they're not fighting for control of where they drop. They loot as quickly as possible and then go transition to a different spot, which leaves them a little bit vulnerable. But if there's no one else hunting, it's a good time to take a deep breath, a slow breath, and take the pace a little bit slower.
But sadly for Sad Boys, will be taken down here by Inku from Terror, but Inku, on the other hand, will be down by Sad Boys as well. So both of them are down. So hopefully Lucas and Crying will be able to do a revive. But Loli, nice jump coming from Loli, evading Crying's shots. But there's also someone from the left side, so there's gonna be 3 teams here at RoS Bay. 1v1 there, but falling short enough. Inku's Team Terror will get that kill against Tyrant. So this is not looking good for Tyrant's team, because if they'll be eliminated early in this match, it will really do bad damages to their team. Lolly with looting for Amos here. He's running out of Amos, but Cowboy here about to help Inku. So I think they have the advantage with the numbers now, and all they need to do is to find where Tikons is at.
They just need to find out one straggler, and this is gonna be one and done for Team Terror or Terror Team. I'm a little bit confused. I think it's Team Terror, but anyways, it's good. It's good for them. It's just a bit of a checkout, a bit of a peekaboo, looking for some angles, throwing some nades. It's not gonna be a bad day for them. I don't think there's even a squad that's right beside that could actually punish this prolonged exposure that they're going up against another squad. But they might have actually exhausted all of the resources that they've had in this particular compound. So I don't know, maybe some of them are still looting, but we'll see. They're actually super near Tyrant too. So this is interesting. If Tyrant actually goes to this big compound, it could put them in a bad spot, since Terror has been looting this optimally after that initial fight.
Yes, and losing Sad Boys in the process, that's really not good for Tyrant. But knowing Tyrant, they would really avenge their teammates. So let's just wait for that to boil up. But this Katniss Everdeen with the crossbow, but moving towards another player from Terror Team. I think they're done with that part of Crest Bay and about to go straight probably at Wincliffe. But we're watching Midnight from Blood here having a skirmish against for us, and they're throwing in some shots. Also here trying to flank above, but I think they're gonna wipe those teammates from Bloody, giving themselves 4 kills in this match. So this is for us Sadistic, and the rest of for us they were able to win that matchup.
Perfect job there from Forrest. Sadistic is, just a bit of a breath almost taken down, but he's fine. It's going to be all good because he does have those heals. Not really the best of equipment yet for us if we're looking at Sadistic, and this is similar to what his teammates have. So they'll probably need to move into another compound since they've taken some substantial amount of damage and can't really dilly-dally in this particular area that they're at. They need to keep moving. And we have seen, again, talking about it, we have seen some teams that actually move to a different location just to try to make sure they can get better equipment. Because even if you're probably like in the top 5 team, if you're vying for top 1 and you basically have nothing in terms of heals, better armor, so on and so forth, it's just not going to be a good thing for you. I mean, battle royales are hectic. They're again, they push you to be quick on your toes, but they also reward being prepared. So not having the proper utility is definitely shooting yourself in the foot. So for us, I know that they're breaking all the windows here, but they need to start moving out as well. Although maybe they're also looking to wait and hope that somebody actually rotates into their compound. But we'll see how that goes. Elite, as well as I think that is I'm not sure which player that is and which team, but Elite could use a killer too. I think this is the one with the Legends, I believe. Yes, the Lyric Legends. So that's probably like one of their last players, Sarapi. So I'm not gonna say it as it is. But yeah, he's right across Elite.
And talking about preparations, and yeah, probably because we're reaching our game midpoint of our game. I'm not sure, but yeah, we're moving on to is fake the team, which is kind of playing it safely but still consistently all throughout the 4 matches. And until here at our 5th match, they don't have any kills, but they are sustaining until and surviving until the probably second to or third circle. So yeah, it's rewarding them, but sadly for them, they drop off from the top 3 to top 4, but they can actually still reclaim the spot because I think it's not that big of a difference between the 3rd and the 4th place, and they're trying to really prep this area and before they actually go inside the circle. They are not rushing into the circle, as it's a different game as compared to our previous matches wherein they always play inside the circle. So this is a different one, probably adjusting and adapting to the other players. So we're now left with 49 players, and this is how the dispersion of our players is. Right now, there are a lot of teams that is playing outside of the circle. We can still see our top 1 Tyrants there at the right side of RoS Bay. We can see a lot of teams like 16. That's Elite ID. I think that's also our top 3 because Arid Esports is our top 1. So this is a different game, a different circle once again. But if ever Team 13 Valiant for Valiant Man and the Elite ID probably would have a fight or match up if ever they decided to rotate to Chemical Depot. But now we're watching EMP Empire Legend. We haven't really seen much of this team. They already lost a member. It's just the 3 of them almost inside of the circle. I think they still needed some loots because they haven't really maxed their vests yet, but they do have and their helmet as well. This is just level 2, both of the helmet and the vest. So I think they haven't really looted better equipment right now. So yeah, probably before going inside the circle, they're gonna be making it sure that it's the coast is really clear. But I think they've spotted someone at the mountains ahead of them, north of them. So yeah, it would be really kind of hard for them to actually go straight into the circle. So probably they'll wait for those teams to go in, and they're just gonna tail after those teams that are in front of them.
Yeah, I think that was Isfik that they might have spotted. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Aeroid as well as Isdo. So Isdo is, again, struggling to get into the upper portions of our top scoring teams here, but they've been quite consistent. Although, here's their first big factor, Aeroid. Aeroid, at least from what we saw in the most recent game, which was last round, they kind of fumbled a little bit. So if Istam is looking for a high-profile target to take off the board, plus a couple of kills, and secured higher placement, taking down Aeroid is such a big thing for them. Now, looking at Elite, playing a very, very passive game, all about that fight, or all about that outside of circle playstyle for them. There actually was, I think, a good chunk of teams that were still playing outside of the circle, which we didn't really see as much, I think, in the previous rounds. But now that we are down to just the final two, it seems like a lot of these teams are now just okay holding their placements as far as can go. Because again, they might be fighting for that $8,000 prize pool. They might be fighting for that global finals slot as well as the global finals prelim. But if we think about it, they can still try to go through that if they just get into the top 12. So it's a smart decision. And look at how many teams are still outside. There's the end of the map. They're still only slowly transitioning in to the safe zone. But even then, there's like nobody in the center. Only just probably like one team, and that is Aeroid team all across ISDM, which I was talking about earlier. But still, there's not a lot of teams inside the safe zone.
Yes, and this is quite different when we compare the matches from yesterday. From yesterday it started off slowly. Now it's the complete opposite for it. But Elsa crawling for her dear life, but she's gonna be bye now, as company will give the match the final touches to her death there, leaving us with 47 players in our game, giving 2 kills to 4 valiant men. They are playing outside the circle. They're still managing it, and with a 4-wheel there, probably not looting the remains, but actually trying to go into the circle, since we were able to show you guys the map, and there's a lot of teams still playing outside of the circle. And looking at his healing items, he only has 4 medkits here and 14 bandages. Won't really do much if he will stay long outside of the circle. So there's still a 4-man team here. I don't know what's happening with company, probably going round and round, maybe miscommunication, but yeah, probably still gonna go inside of the circle. And yes, there's a lot of teams that are playing it safely as compared to the previous matches, wherein we can see a lot of kills one after another. So this is something to look forward to in our matchup for today. Whereas they actually are being slowed, we have a lot of downtimes, and we don't really see much clashes and skirmishes as compared to the previous 4 matches. So probably our players now are already garnered an ample amount of scores and just wanting to play it safe and stay and survive until the last circle and probably get placement points. But I think Baby Girl Darkness, I'm seeing a lot of kills coming from Forest there. So I think that's a kill outside of the zone. Tyrant, on the other hand, will also get some kills here. And there's a lot of kills of one after another. So I think that's kills from the outside of the zone that we're seeing on the kill feed.
That is good. They can always find another squad to just help them refresh their HPs. So that is a bonus, I would say, for Tyrant. Plus, of course, the kills. This is something that Aeroid have to try to also do, but Aeroid can go for the safer route because they're already quite neatly tucked into the center of the map. We are seeing similar perspectives for Valiant Men, who were the victors of the last round, if I'm not mistaken. And look at how many are still outside. Everybody is so afraid to try to get any form of good coverage inside this particular portion. It may be because we're just down to the final 2 rounds, but it also could be because the last circle or this next circle is 40% body of water. Nobody wants to play inside of that. So they're waiting for other teams to make mistakes and then maybe get a third party, pick up better loot, and then heal up. I think that's a good thing. A bit of damage outside of the circle is a good risk, comparing if that's something that you're going to be trading in for. But either way, I think teams right now just respecting the layout of the LAN and approaching this cautiously because can't really make too many mistakes now, especially when, again, as I mentioned, teams have drawn lines with Tyrant, Arid, and 4 Valiant Men in the top 3.
Yes, and I've seen Tikons being knocked down and killed, and Monke as well. On the other hand, Brash will also go down. Yonker one after another. So this is the aerial view from a J Master team against Isdom. Isdom really playing it safely, and it's not gonna look good for J Master as Isdom has the advantage of higher grounds here. But both of these teams are already inside of the circle. So for those teams that are outside of the circle, like what you said, the circle fell onto the body of water, almost 50% or 40% of it. So it's also kind of good to be outside of the circle than in of it if it's gonna fall onto the body of water. And it's just a matter of time for these 2 teams to actually engage. But let's watch Terror in queue. For now, they already have 2 kills, and they're still a squad of 4. And I think they're looking for someone from... I'm not sure. It's Elite ID. Wow, from behind. Smoshi just so swiftly, sneakily got that kill. And they're now hunting. The hunters now reloading, prepping, and they need to drink energy drinks or else the circle will be really bad for them. Mr. Joker here at the horizon, but someone from Terror Inku I think is rushing in. The Zeno, yes, he does with that deployable. It did not connect. Smoshi going towards the rooftop, still waiting for a flank and from a rush from someone from Terror team. That's Inku.
Oh, they're hunting him down. Smoshi's is just pre-firing, hoping that maybe these pop shots will be enough. But Inku's so fast on follow-up, so fast in just being able to say hi, hello, and that's all that is going to be that for Smoshi. Well, Terror team, or Team Terror, excuse me, really tearing it up. And well, a couple more kills, 3 in the basket already. This is perfect for them if they want to at least keep themselves in the middle of the pack. That is a step in the right direction. They are also in the safe zone, and they are just playing the gatekeepers coming in. They will have opponents that will actually have to go through them if they do want some safety. But this is the perfect time for them to actually strike company outside, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, this is going to be deadly. Inku holding for a moment, waiting for some, how do you mention this? Waiting for some maybe contact from Brush, because he is just right at the precipice of getting pushed here, but he also has to get in himself. So we'll see how that goes.
Yes, and that's gonna be for Valiant Man. I think they won the previous match. I can't recall, but they'll be able to get a piece of Terror team that would be also good to add up on their kill points. But it's not gonna look good as they are down below Terror team here. So I think they're gonna roll out. Each one has a vehicle here, so Inku's just spraying, but won't be able to blow up any vehicle. And now they're repositioning themselves onto the beach where our circle falls, and that's a really good move for Valiant Man here, bringing their vehicles, because it's really open here in the beach, in this side of the circle. So I think it would be really hard for them to penetrate the cover of for Valiant Man, especially that the circle's in favor of them. So it's gonna be, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. battle. Oh no, Brush! Brush will go down in the process. What happened? There's someone, I think someone, and not Terror team got that kill. So I think they're a bit sandwiched in this particular area probably. So it's still open. Very, very vulnerable to a lot of attacks from different teams.
The big
Rush
problem
is finally down.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, but I think it's the big problem for 4 Valiant Men is, yeah, they do have this nice little cover spot, but it might be only good for actually defending from one particular angle. If they get shot from anywhere else, they're basically putting themselves back against the wall, not really for good cover whatsoever. Company, definitely a crack shot. They're all up to 6 kills, but Company has yet to actually dip his toes in being bloody for the benefit of 4 Valiant Men. Cowboy is actually outside the zone while the rest of his team is inside. I'm wondering what this is for, but it actually might just blow up in their face because Moku is starting to work around LOL, who is exceedingly low, could have some heals, but they are caught out in the open. Thankfully enough, they do have some vehicles, and these vehicles still work. So can they use this to transition out into maybe better location, but where can they transition is actually safe. Everybody from on top is fighting, and Terror, they have to find at least a bit of good positioning, but that's not really going to happen, is it? That's just really, really bad for them. We do see, of course, Bitter, and they're fighting more opponents here, but can't really forget that there is still the 4 Valiant Men somewhere on the beach huddled up, and this is looking worse for wear for anybody who is out of position, Nikki. So it's all about who's luckily enough inside the circle and has good cover. That could be actually 4 Valiant Men, but we'll see how this transitions. Bitter, Lake, popping a couple of shots. He is going to whiff a couple of them, and he shuts down, or rather gets shut up in retaliation. Rather unfortunate. And as we do look for another team, J Master still into it with a 2-man. This is good for them. They've been at the bottom of the barrel, finally able to pick things up.
I think they're now down. Oh, we're now down to Arad's team here against Lubu. Lubu is down. Someone from Islam also down as well. So it's 2-4-1 exchange, but on the process, he will be healed by another Arad player. And they already have 5 kills here. Baby Bot being healed once again by Dance. Dance doing so many work for his teams here, left and right, trying to revive and rescue, but he still have someone from Isfake to deal with, and that's gonna be Jerry. Dance against Jerry, but they're now proning. I think Jerry wasn't able to see him, and now it's the perfect time for him to patch up probably, and there's a lot of teams here that is J Master, Juliet, and the rest. They're receiving damages. Jerry is receiving damage as well. Kills and enemies from left and right, in front and in back. And for the finishing touches, Dance is now going forward against Jerry. Jerry with 30%, almost 20% of his health here, patching himself up. We are watching Dance doing so much for his team, but Jerry was able to revive and go back into that matchup. It's just 1v1 for Jerry
Dance
and him, but Dance will finally go down with the PP19 from Jerry.
That Dance did. He threw out the molly without expecting anything and started to crouch again, or prone once again. That little bit of lag time from his movement costed him, because Jerry could just find better location, and as he found that second spot, Dance was actually in the disadvantage. In any case, here we're down to just 5 players remaining. A couple are outside the zone, and it seems like Jerry from Isfake is still up and running. Cowboy can maybe try to push right in. We still have one from Arid as well. And do we actually still see maybe one from Tyrant? I'm not entirely sure anymore. 4 remaining. And what is happening? Jerry, he's in such a perfect position to net himself that first victory. It's only one from Arid right across. I think he spotted him already. Yep, there it is. He's charging forward, wants to get the high ground above his opponent. That's going to be the shutdown. Jerry is 1 bullet away from dying. Has to get inside the safe zone. He's going to be fine, but he is way out into the open and not really a lot of heals anymore. Just the lower heals, and he's going to be gobbling it up, but it's just him and 2 others remaining. But the thing is, well, He's in safe zone, so he should win this unless
Oh.
Isdom has a one-way shot to where he is, because he's basically one bullet away from dying. One bullet.
Yes, Azurai. And we can see here it's also one player coming from Isfake. So this is Isdom and Isfake's game. They dominated this game. It's just Dance and Jerry, but Jerry proved himself. He is the victor in that 1v1 challenge between those two. But let's see if 2-1 will rush in. He still have 5 medkits. Still kind of far from our safe zone, from our circle. So I think it's really impossible for him to be to go inside without a healer gun, without an energy drink. If he can snipe, if he can throw a shot at Jerry, but I don't think so. He's really busy with patching himself up right now. So Isfake actually played really, really safe. They had even someone outside, playing outside with a medkit strategy. Will it connect? It's connecting. 27 points for that shot. It's a hit. So who would have thought 2-1 would still be able or manage to get that hill, but no more. No more med kit for him. It's not connecting. I think it's his last breath for 2-1, and Isfake will get game number 5.
He was probably hoping to at least get 1 kill to add more points, because Isdom doesn't really have a surplus of kills, which means that they don't have an extra amount of points, even if they have a respectable placement. But even then, I think that's still pretty good. Both of the sister teams were able to reach 1 and 2 in that 5th round, and well, that's going to be all smiles for them, because now I believe we do have a 2-peat with Isfake being able to claim another top 1. This is perfect for the Indonesian team, or sorry, the Vietnam team that has been struggling a little bit in the past couple of rounds. Arid seems to have kind of slowed the pace down. A bit of a mistake from Dance that could have gone honestly either way. But as you mentioned, Jerry was just the better. And that's why Tom and Jerry, it's always the mouse that wins, right? Because he's just that smart. And he showed to us that here as well in RoS, it works. So again, as the dust settles, that's going to be a victor for Isfake. We're going to come back after a break to tally all the points. And after that, it's the last game of the day for the Vietnam Wildcard Finals. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Don't touch those browsers, guys. See you in a bit. Welcome back, guys. And this could be the final welcome back that I'm going to give you for today, because now we are looking at the last round of the day. Once again, at Top Clan's 2021 Rules of Survival Summer Invitational here for the Vietnam and Wildcard Finals. My name is Asura, and once again, it's going to be Nikki with me. And we are now looking at the points.
Yes, speaking about the points, this is our tally of the points from 1st to 5th matches, and the ranks here are from 11th until the 20th. We have J Master Esports already at 11th rank with 22 points. You play at 12th rank there with 20 points. Stellaric Legends just falling 2 points short with 18 points. Same with Fireman Esports and Bloods with 9 points. Empire Legend with 9 as well. So these are the teams that need to step up a bit so that they'll be able to climb onto the 12th spot. So you play here is a bit endangered when it comes to those teams that want to overthrow them. But for ranks 1 until the 10th rank, wow, A-Ride team were able to sustain and defend their title, going back again at first place here with 83 points, because Tyrant team felt really short during the 5th round, giving their team 79 points, but still, it's just a couple of points, like 4 points lead for Aero team. It's still doable for them to overtake and dethrone Aero team here, but is Fake reclaiming the 3rd spot with 78 points, just 1 point going 2nd rank. We have Valiant Man, Born to Win, Elite ID, Bitter, Isdom Team Terror, and for us from the 4th until the 10th spot there.
I gotta say, it is much closer than what I was expecting. That 1 point difference from top 2 to top 3 is really gonna push these teams to try to get as many kills as possible with as good of a placement as possible, because now it's the final straw, it's the final round. And here's something that I just realized as well, Nikki, looking at those particular points. 4th place and above are very close with each other. 69, 70, 84, 83. That is spitting distance of each other. If they can get to the top 3, it can be easily passed or overtaken. And this is where now we'll probably see these teams try to get as many more kills than what we saw previously in the previous rounds here. So now we're gonna go for the final round of the day, guys. We'll see how that goes. Of course, we're just gonna show you the schedule, but we feel like a broken record. It's gonna be Gilly Island again. What do you expect, right? But it is quite interesting to see how the scores have implemented themselves up until this point.
Yes, and up until this point, the last match for today, that's still gonna be a Gilly Island for our day 2 for the Vietnam and the Wildcards Finals. And we can see here that is Fake taken match number 1 and the previous match, which is match number 5. And now let's move on to our last match. That's going to be match number 6 here at Gilly Island. And like what Asari said, we're looking forward to those 4 teams ranking at 1st until the 4th spot. How are they going to battle it out for our last game? Because they can actually shuffle if they really played well, because the scores are not really far from one another, so they can actually dethrone one another. So this is gonna be interesting round. So the question here is, will Fake be able to dethrone the 2nd or 1st rank, or will Aroid be able to defend their title being the 1st in all of our matches, or will Tyrant be playing it aggressively again or safely and dethrone Aroid in the process? Let's see here on our game number 6.
Here we do have the drops. Oh boy. I keep repeating this. I'm a broken record up to this point now. Will the teams actually drop alone? Will they try to contest certain locations now, or will just that not be the case? Wait, somebody's going on a 4x4 vehicle. I'm not sure who this is, but are they going to try to run over somebody? This is perfect, because if there's no walls, no compounds for you to pick up. This is perfect. Oh, this is a free kill. That is beautiful. And looking more into the overview, they're actually farther away than I was expecting. A while ago, it was just about spitting distance of each other, but now it's quite far. It was Midcon who found 1 kill at the start, and that's all you really need, right, to get you started.
Yes, and I'm looking at the regions. So we have 2 from Vietnam. Tyrant and Isfake are both from Vietnam, and Elite ID and Arid team are both from Indonesia. So that's really gonna be an Indonesia players versus Vietnam. But of course, all of them are battling against one another. But yeah, it's a great spread for the regions for the first until the 4th spot of our rankings. And we're watching Is Fake here. They dominated games number 1 and game number 5 in our matches for today, and they've really shown us really wise and strategic plays. They don't really engage so much. They play it really safely, and really they are very calculated team. They tend to calculate before they actually engage, as compared to Ticon's team, which really thus make use of their firepower. But unfortunately for BTW Born to Win, 3 of their men here is a bit low on health, out in the open, and I think that's gonna be from the five-man team. Is it? Yeah, from 5-man team. Well, the rescue.
I mean, I'm just gonna say they are exceedingly low here. So even if again, Born to Win is not in a good spot, 5-man isn't really in a better spot either. Sethix, really good shutdown there. Use into the heal gun was all but null and void. And oh, here we go. It's the rundown with the 4-wheel drive. Oh, this is unfortunate for Born to Win. They were so clean up until this point. And well, they're going to have to be shut down quite easily. This hasn't left 5-man with much to deal with because their opponents don't really have a lot in the loadouts, a lot in their inventories. So they'll have to still look for a place to properly loot. I mean, Born to Win is still here, but they've lost a good chunk of their men at the start of the round.
Yes, and who would have thought that 5-man will be able to take down Born to Win, since Born to Win has really shown us that they are able to bounce back and really step up their game. But unfortunately for them, they would be one of the teams that's gonna bid farewell early in our game, and one more team, I think, that's still Born to Win, because there's still 5-man here. So they're really going against Born to Win. 5-man is really going out and about here, trying to look for blood, trying to smell. They've smelled blood, and they're now trying to get more kills onto them. And there you go. They were able to survive and sustain their team and win those clashes, so it's good for them. Now I think they're gonna head towards probably Skrill Depot now, since they're done with Town.
Movements for 5-man. Yep, they're gonna just move into a different location here just to alleviate all of the losses that they were able to receive. This isn't really what you want to do, I guess, if you're just off of a squad victory and there's nothing on your compound. Actually, doing this is perfect for 5-man, right? They just get themselves a good hefty or a new compound to try to loot up and just make sure that nobody's there so that they can loot in peace. This is perfect. Now looking to Team Terror, nothing really too much of action. They're right across a different squad, but they've kind of held their own a little bit. They're biting their lips. They're not going in to immediately devour anybody because they're not really sure of what is going to be happening. Now, I do want to stress the fact that the one across them, 4 Valiant Men, is 4th place now. And if they can just get into a proper end placement when round 6 is done, this is what they need to overtake the top 3, which is, I believe, is fake. So if they can do that, they will become top 3 themselves, and that's definitely what they're vying for right now. I think the one that has the most to lose will probably be 4 Valiant Men, because they're the one team that can actually be still in near distance of actually getting into the top 3.
Yes, that's nice maths. Quick maths, but actually that is correct if we're gonna do the maths. And now we're watching for Valiant Man. They are the ones who can dethrone Is Fake if Is Fake won't perform well in our sixth and final match. Actually, usually during the last match, everyone is just hungry for kills, especially those are sitting below rank 12. They wanna get more kills. They wanna get more kills and scores to add up to their sum so that they'll be able to get in the top 12. So, of course, if you want to go to our grand finals, semifinals, you want to be on the top 12. So, I think that's what Fiveman is looking for right now. They haven't really been very aggressive during the past few games. So, I think they want to catch up pretty late, but still, I hope it will really give them good results after we tallied all the scores for all of our matches. So we're down with 56 players in our map, and our circle actually fell on the lower left side of Gili Island. So yeah, we're seeing a lot of 5-man here in Gili Island, despite that they're just a 3-man squad.
They don't have the best pickups whatsoever. Yeah, they're not going to go straight into the safe zone just yet. They're still lacking a lot of utility and a lot of gears that would probably help them, especially now that even if we are left at like 55, as I mentioned, it is looking more constricted moving forward into this next circle. So that is still quite huge, but if you look at it, there is not really a lot of space where you can probably find good cover. It's going to be all about in the open, so if you have better loadouts coming into this one, rather than trying to find squad kills and then getting their loadouts, it's not really the best of decisions. So I do like this. Now, we're looking into the POVs of J Master Esports, which again is the Filipino team that is competing here in the Vietnam / Wildcard finals. And they've been at the receiving end of always losing. I'm wondering if they can maybe rise above. I mean, they're not in a really bad spot in terms of placement. They're around, I believe, rank 11 overall.
Yes, 11.
So that's still pretty respectable, but I think they need just a little bit, because I think up to 11 to 5, there's not really a big gap in terms of points. So they can actually still catch up if they can at least find a better placement in this last game too. So a lot of teams that have probably goals that they want to stretch, and being top 1 really helps that. It's obvious. That's a dumb moment for me, but it's kind of like more obvious now for some teams than others.
Yes, and looking at the map right now, there are a lot of teams that is still outside of the circle. But surprisingly enough, Team 1 or Ticon's team, that's Tyrant team, the circle fell onto them, and I think they're gonna play it inside the circle. They are approaching Team 12, which is RoS, and let's see if they're gonna engage a battle against RoS here at Thermal Power Plant. So this is gonna be interesting if they're gonna rack up more points or if they're gonna be eliminated. But we can also see the Team 2 is fake. It's super near. Esports. This is J Master Esports. Hopefully, that's kind of unfortunate for J Masters to be near our rank 3 overall, but hopefully they'll be able to evade that clash. But 14 on the other hand, that's gonna be Uplay, very very near Empire Legend. If ever there's gonna be an skirmish there. But yeah, I think everyone's just playing it safe, especially now. This is the last match for today, and they don't want to commit mistakes. So I guess everyone's just playing it safely, just trying to get into the circle, loot, and get into the circle. And some of them are playing healing strategies. But there you have it. I think Tyrant will be having an engagement against RoS here.
This is going to be quite interesting to see how Tyrant's going to hold their location. They're smack dab in the middle of the side, or in the middle of the map, excuse me. You plays Zenya somewhere around. I think he's scouting out their opponents here. But yeah, there it is. For us is in a big tussle against Tyrant now. So is going to be playing around this window, looking to play a bit of a peekaboo as he tries to get that information. But when he doesn't, he tries to go all the way around. But even so, there's not really much movement for them. He's seeing his teammate be pop-shotted. I think he has to at least respect that. And what's kind of interesting here is Tyrant aren't just pushing randomly. T-Cons is there, but he's not YOLOing into the compound. They're playing a much more controlled pace here because Tyrant knows there's so much on the line here that losing even just one when it's still this early for us is a really bad spell. But speaking of which, though, I can actually only see 3 on my vision on the POV. Have they knocked out one member of Tyrant already? Or is somebody just far away and playing that nurse strat? In any case, though, Sadistic as well as Darkness will get knocked away, but these nades might scare off Lucas or even take him out. Ooh, nope. Yeah, T-Cons is going to finish off the 2 members of Forest that was near them, and it's down to Soso and Danzo for making things happen. Nice little off angle here from Forest. He made a lot of noise on top. He's going to be looking through these cracks in the window to maybe hold him on, but oh, are they gonna go for an exit out? They're already looking at the vehicle, so maybe, just maybe, a escape plan for us here, because they might not be able to deal with Tyrant altogether.
Yes, and sometimes players tend to deny their teammates by throwing in nades at the members that they cannot revive. So that's why we saw one member from For Us actually throwing nades towards their teammates because they don't want Tyrant team to get that kill. But unfortunately enough, T-Con's team were able to swipe off those teams coming from For Us, leaving us with like 2 or 3. But for VM here, company's really good with flanking, and now he has an intel about Isdom. Isdom is just on the horizon, just in front of them, probably gonna rush in, just waiting for the perfect timing. They are out here below Mass Out Factory, but I think they're just waiting still because it's a 4-man team and it's really not that good to be flanking a 4-man team unless they are really confident enough that they can take over this team. But take note that there's also Terror Team and Bloody at the side. I don't know if that's just a lucky shot, but there are 3s over there. Maybe, yeah, just trying to shoot. Luckily, it's hitting someone.
It's giving covers. Yeah, they are. They definitely are in the front of the pack here. They can actually get sandwiched if they're not careful, but it's still fine. There is a really straight line of sight for company to keep the pressure rolling from all across. And this is technically helping Bloods, but not helpful enough, as I think Terror is able to wipe about 2-3 members of Bloods. This is going to be big. Cowboy is already on the forward push. He can actually stop the revives from coming in, if at all possible, and he is jumping straight into the firefight. But I'm curious to see if he can actually spot the last player from Blood that is still here. The rest of his team has already come to help him out too, and this is perfect. They've, I think, almost wiped out the rest, and they're starting to loot them up, and this is just great. Heals all abound. You can see Cowboys up to 100 once again, and this could not be any better for Terror. They were getting pop-shotted from everywhere, but they still were able to thread the needle. Now, Bobo is still alive, but he could be possibly the last person standing, and that's going to be it. Blood's out of the game already. We're down to 42.
And 4 kills will be given to Terror Team, or Team Terror, Inku, and the rest of his teammates. But there's still 4 Valiant men on the horizon. They're still waiting. But I think the circle is about to close in any moment right now, so giving them an ample time for now to loot the remains of that team, which is Blood's team. And yeah, at the left side we have Isbig, at the right side we have 4 Valiant men, 2 of the teams that are on the top 5 spots, so it's not looking good for them. But we can see here the Team 7 Stellaric Legends still trying to get a hold of the healing strategy. Team 8 approaching now the circle. 2 or 3 teams from Tyrant still alive here, almost at the edge, but in front of them we can see Four Valiant Men and Aeroid team, our number 1 team, rank 1 team. So those teams that are on the top 5 are still alive. So everyone cannot commit a mistake right now because the top teams in our matches are still alive, and it won't be an easy game for everyone. But look at that, Team 14, that's Uplay and Emperor Legend, both of which playing a healing strategy. So Team 9 as well, which is 5-man esports. So I think we will be having a skirmish between Team 17, Aeroid team, and Tyrant. This is not going to look good for both of the teams because both of them are on top 1 and 2 spot of our ranking. So if ever someone from them will be eliminated now, it will definitely give chance to those teams that are below them to actually have a shuffle or climb onto the leaderboards if ever any of these teams will be eliminated if they have a skirmish.
Excuse me, that change of the circle, that's going to force Tyrant to actually push in. But I was trying to track everyone that is on the upper echelons of our ranking here, and I also wanted to point out that Aeroid is smack dab in the middle of other teams transitioning into the safe zone as well. So there is a very good possibility that they will be fighting other teams other than Tyrant before they actually reach their considered rival here. So this is the perfect time for Tyrant to move into the safe zone because they're literally free to do that. This is going to be huge. Now we are in the perspective of is fake. Not really much will be changing here. And Aeroid, I was curious. They're actually in a compound, but this is nowhere near the safe zone. So they'll have to exit this out at some point. And because they're being left by other teams, if they're the last to actually transition to move with the circle, this could really screw with the rotational timing of Aeroid. So it's all about timing, and if they're ballsy enough to actually go in that transition, it's going to be risky, but they have to take it now because now you can see people like Isfake's Wantian is already there to kind of poison their position. And yep, Aeroid noticing this have to escape, and they're starting to do that.
It's kind of risky for Isfake here to be here actually. So I think Banchan will be giving the signal to his team that Aeroid is just at the horizon and more teams in front of them. They do have 2 cars for them to, if ever they want to disengage, but they're actually at the middle of like 4 teams, but we will be having a lot of kills on our kill feed. I can't seem to decipher, but I think, that's a hefty amount of players being thrown out here at Gili Island. Isdom here, Kobe, and Tyrant as well. So there's a lot of teams here, and I think it would be hard for Isfake to be relocate or repositioning themselves because if they do so, they would be an easy target. Now we're watching Terror here, Cowboy, and the rest. It's just the 2 of them, Loli and LOL 1 HP rather, and the Cowboy. But they already had 8 points. So it will definitely add up to their points now, probably giving them a good footing on our leaderboards. And we're watching Moku here with the sniper rifle trying to gatekeep their particular area. They are still inside the circle, and I think it's just getting information about Tyrant and the 3 teams there is Dom, is Fake, and Tyrant, and Aeroid as well.
Yeah, I mean we can see it clearly in our vision here. So that's perfect because we need to keep track of all the top teams right now because again, it's very, very tight knit. One wrong step and you are costing yourself the top 1 of this particular tournament of the Vietnam Wildcard Finals. It's a huge undertaking, and these teams cannot really make that big of a mistake. Aeroid, they're still not inside the safe zone, so they'll have to push forward, but you can see on the horizon there is two teams, two squads, big hitters too, that is going to be gatekeeping them, Tyrant as well as Isfake. And this is going to be quite difficult because Tyrant's the one that can actually transition safely into the circle because they basically have the house that enables them to do that. And Aeroid's got to beat through the bush here and try to squeeze their way. But we'll see how that goes. A couple of kills as well. We can see, oh no, there's another team that's actually shooting a Tyrant. They've been knocked out. Oh, this is bad. Ticon's is incredibly low and crying. Well, he's on by his lonesome now, isn't he? And this is just going bad to worse for Tyrant. I thought it was going to be bad to worse for Aeroid, but they're in a better spot. They're literally just in a better spot. They can wait for Tyrant to move out, and this is where Aeroid can strike fast and hard.
Yes, and Ticos already know their presence here, but Aaron Hunter here trying to flank in together with BabyBot, but BabyBot will go down there, and they're trying to flank in against Ticons, but Crying is already down. It's just Ticon's healer gun, and I think he has the grenades there. BabyBot here patching himself up. I think one of them is already down. There's still three of them, very low though, and they're trying to go into the circle now. They have to go in. They have to give the pressure towards Tyrant. They have to pressure Tyrant. Ticon's very low, and he's now down. Dance will get that kill for Aerod team, and Tybot, I think that's going to be the perfect timing for him to heal himself. We're watching Aerod on the sides here, trying to get a piece of Crying, but Crying will be able to escape that for now because Tybot and Hunter will be going ahead, going after him after Crying there, leaving us with 25 players now and 3 kills for Aerod there during that skirmish.
This is perfect for Aerod. If they want to have any form of top 1 placement, this is the team that they need to wipe out. This is the team that they need to feed off of kills from, and they still have so much. Speaking of still have, full 4 for the 4 Valiant men. But they are outside. They'll have to work their magic through, but they're actually taking a bit of damage from the zone, so they have to try to move around through that. And this is not the best for them because they're caught rocking a hard place. Aeroid's on the other side as well as Isfake. And well, this is not really the best of positions now for them. BabyBot, perfect spot to just find anybody on top and just kept shooting down. And yep, that's what he's basically doing. I am looking to see Aeroid probably get the dub on this one because BabyBot is such in a fantastic spot. Somebody needs to retaliate and shut him down because he's still incredibly healthy and is still railing bullets up above. He has a full 4 with his team, and he is basically, literally getting all the kills by himself. This man is the most important man right now in the server because his spot sees all. He's basically Sauron from Lord of the Rings, if anybody got that reference.
Yes, and it's really I'm really amazed right now because I can't really do that, prone and snipe and shoot and actually get the hit. So I'm actually surprised with BabyBot and what he's doing for his team right now. He's really doing a lot, and hopefully Hunter and the rest of Aeroid will be able to help him get more points because he's actually looking at all sides, proning and then sniping and then shooting, but he has to go in, and I think the rest of Aeroid team is actually doing that as well. As I saw someone crawling here, but they need to go inside, and they have all the areas. They're very vulnerable. They don't have vehicles. It's really hard for them. Let's see how they're gonna work this out, how they're gonna go in. But I think one of their members is very low. Someone is jumping, but he will get that hit. It's an easy target for BabyBot. It's really good with his sniper gun. And for the finishing touches, there you go, giving more kills to his teams. So I think going to this SMG for the face-to-face combat here, we get another kill, and he's on a roll here. He's just throwing in some shots. It's connecting, giving more points to his team. I think they wanna preserve the top 1 spot here. Tybot, Aerod, they really wanna be on top, and they're on top of their game right now.
They are on hot as can be. You see 4 Valiant Men trying, hoping that maybe they can find some footing in this kerfuffle that it seems like Aeroid is just the best. But, well, we'll have to see how that goes. Brush is the only one that is knocked off from the Valiant roster, so they'll still a strong 3 here. Not a lot of utility as well as heals left in them, so a prolonged team fight will actually beat the disparity of the 4 Valiant Men. Looking to see if they're going to just charge in, because they do have weapons to make this possible, but they're taking a deeper breath. And that might be a smart decision, since we do see that Aeroid is just a stronger team. But as I do mention it, Aeroid is haphazardly charging in, and 4 Valiant Men obliges the fight. There's going to be a 1 knockout, and Moku here is looking to just try to wrap around, use the terrain to his advantage, and Aeroid could actually be in a really bad spot in transition. Still, though, we are left with single digits in the players. It could actually be just a squad-to-squad fight, as Aeroid has to push forward. That's not going to be what it is. And just like that, we are almost... Yeah, there it is. We're done. Isfake was the last man. I thought it was going to be Aeroid, but there's 3. Okay.
Wow, 4 Valiant Men will get that win for our 6th and final round. Sealing the deal for 4 Valiant Men, and we're gonna tally the scores. Guys, that is a really amazing game. I wasn't expecting for Isfake Jerry to be still and alive until the last circle, until the last two teams. But yeah, kudos for all those teams who battled it out until the 6th and final matches as arrived.
Yeah, oh yeah, that. And finally, we have ourselves a 2-peat. 4 Valiant Men are the ones that got themselves that repeat. Anyways, we know that you guys are already on the edge of your seats, looking to see who got into the top 1, top 2, top 3, so on and so forth. But we'll have to at least compete for that. We'll have to tally it. So what that means is we're going to go for a short break, but no games this time when we come back. So guys, don't go anywhere. The final scores will be revealed once we come back.
Cause you are the only one.
It's the final countdown. We're back from the break. My name is Asarai. With me now is Nikki. And all you guys that have stayed, you know what you're waiting for. It is going to be the final tally of the points for the Vietnam and Wildcard finals. And I honestly don't know who's going to be top one anymore. It's a toss-up, Nikki. What do you think?
I'm actually trying to compute, but since Tyrant was eliminated early on our game, I think it would be really difficult for me to know. But here we have already presented to you guys our 11th until the 20th rank. J Master still holding on to the 11th spot together with 5-Man Esports at 12 spots, so they will qualify for our semifinals. But shortly falling short, we have Uplay, Stellar Legend, Bloods, Empire Legend as well. So yeah, unfortunately for you guys, it's alright. You were able to compete at the VN and Wildcards. So right now, we're about to present to you guys our ranks. So 1 until the 10th spot. At the 10th spot, we have for us with 36 points, Isdom Team here at 9th spot. 8th spot, we have Elite ID, Born to Win players at 7th spot. Rank 6, we have Terror Team, Bitter Team on the 5th place. We have Tyrant VN falling on the 4th spot here with 90 points and 2 points. Just we have 4 Valiant Men, Is Fake with 95, and there you have it, Aroid Esports on the sweet spot, taking home the prize for today.
That is just whacked. Tyrant, I felt, was like one of the safer teams to actually keep it in the top 3, but somebody from somewhere threw out a lasso, threw it out, and was fishing for a team to pull down, and it was Tyrant that was just being dragged lower and lower into the positions. That is rather unfortunate for Tyrant, but good for Isfake, for Valiant Men, and as you mentioned, the top 1, Aroid. So they're going to be looking pretty dang hot. Of course, now we have just completed the tournament schedule for today, and what a series of matches it was. Actually, wait, this is not for today. This is for next week. To clarify, guys, this is for next week, all right? Well, we're going to see you next week as well for the global finals. That is going to be on Saturday once again, and of course, it's going to be Gili Island all throughout. I actually thought it was going to be a recap, but no, it's going to be for what you can expect for next week. So hopefully, I hope to see you there again. And again, we have so many prizes to give to you guys. Anyways, for the last time, my name is Asterai. With me is Nikki, and we're going to be passing it on to our host Evangeline to close it down for us. So Evangeline, take it away.
Thank you very much, our wonderful casters. Thank you for your hard work. Alright guys, the first day and the second day of our matches have all finished. We should say special thanks to our players because their performances are so fabulous and they provide a remarkable show for us every match day and made a deep impression to us every match day. And that's the end of today, but before leaving, we still need to express our gratitude towards our partners again. Special thanks to UU Game Booster, Net is Fever, Video, Likey, InfoFed, Goliath, TNC, VNG, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, AGG Network, and TikTok. Thank you for all your love and support and hard work. And guys, time to say goodbye. Today's matches have all finished, but next week we still got matches. That's gonna be the semi-final and the grand final of RoS of Survival Summer Invitational. You don't want to miss it, so please don't turn away. Before that, take good care. We'll see you next time.
Go, psycho. Yeah, look at that. I don't know, just do it, that's some